and welcome. We have today's evening event here for the ERA Racing League, the Coca-Cola 600, brought to you by Abruzzi. Those guys making some awesome gloves. Already got a set coming for this morning's winner. Thanks everybody for tuning in. The winner of the Indianapolis 500 this morning was Toby Weatherford. He was in the 27 car. In the booth with me for this evening's race is going to be Chris. Chris, what's going on, man?
Oh, not much. I checked out most of the race this morning. I was quite a finish that kind of petered out there after some I think turned out to be some pit mistakes.
Yeah, a slight miscalculation there by the 41 car of John Diekman. So he's going to have to get that thing wound up and ready to rock and roll for today's event. Again, hopefully everything goes well for him. Everybody kind of stayed out of trouble there. There was a top 6 cars that were putting on quite a fight, but Weatherford and Diekman were the guys to beat. Right now, though, those guys are sitting outside the top 5 in 6th and 7th, respectively. So pretty excited to see what happens. Totally different type of racing right now. You see the 8 machine listed as the 27. Just got a trading paint scheme on that thing. That red, white, and blue for Memorial Day going on. Toby Weatherford was our winner. So I'm excited to call this race with him. We're going to try to get some guys in here. We have 23 minutes left to practice, Chris. So we're going to try to get some interviews prior to the race. Maybe get the mindset of these guys going into this one. But this one might be a little bit of a longer race. We're not accustomed to compared to that 500 miler. We got an extra 100 miles and a little bit slower car. So we're not going to be hitting speeds of up to 225 like we were earlier today. We're rolling around a $180, so as slow as that is compared to the Indy cars, these guys are flying around this 1.5 mile track. And let's see if we can get you some info here. We got air temperatures looking at 75 degrees, track temp just under that. So I made a couple laps here in the Ghost car, and these things are quite a handful, so it should be pretty fun to watch these guys go around and put something together. But 600 miles, Chris, it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, they always call it the longest night in NASCAR, and it kind of looks like it's going to be that way tonight. I put some laps down here myself earlier in the week, and man, after about 20 laps there, I was begging my virtual crew chief for some tires.
Yeah, man, we watched these guys go around Indy, and we found out the pit window was around 33 laps, so we'll find out how many laps as these guys try to make their way around this place, what their windows are going to be. It was almost strategy, and it basically was strategy. As we see Fetty go around. Fetty had himself a top 5 run in the 500, currently sitting in 6th spot. So 10 cars in the room have made time so far. Still plenty of time to get these guys in here. But yeah, man, strategy is definitely going to be a factor. Tires, like you said, about 40 laps. We'll see how much of the window they can actually stretch and go from there.
Yeah, it looks like just kind of bouncing around between cars here in practice on my end of the feed. A lot of people trying to push it, getting a little crossed up, using up tires on lap 1 instead of lap 40.
Yeah, they're it's definitely a little bit of a different feel compared to the IndyCar, obviously. I know Kurt Busch has tried to do it, Tony Stewart, a lot of guys have tried to do the double. There is a bonus award, though, if Weatherford can get that number 8 machine up into victory lane. He gets $100, and then a custom wheel, custom set of shoes, and the gloves as well that he won. So he already has 35 and some gloves, but he's looking to add on for more and beat these guys again. The total 1,100 miles on the day.
Yeah, and that's nothing to sneeze at either. You know, we all joke that iRacing's cheaper than real racing, but you know, when you start putting money and prizes down like that, it gets real competitive real fast.
Yeah, a lot of these guys we were talking to were pretty wore out after that 500, so you got to think you're going to shower up, get a fresh shirt and shorts on, and come out and duke it out again, because you know, just doing the Indy 500 in a day is wild, but they're going to try to do a 600. It's crazy, and it should be a good show for all the fans to watch.
Yeah, I feel like Steve this morning, he was kind of excited to just all of these drivers are going to attempt it. Normally, you know, we got one a year at most, and now we got It's like most of these guys were in the Indy race this morning.
Yeah, a lot of these guys I've seen before. Ryan Shiro was in it. Weatherford, Donahue. Todd Shiro was not. Fetty was. Diekman was. Brian Wright was. Matty Clark got in an incident early. He was there, and so was Michael Martino. So just the only new face I see right now is Todd Shiro. But we're going to try to see if we can get a hold of our fast time right now in practice. We're going to see if Justin Brown wants to give us a few words as we're watching him buzz around here at a $1:90 side by side. But Justin, do you hear us? This is DJ and Chris up in the booth.
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, what's going on, man? I know you're making some laps right now, and we're not going to do this to you in the race, but we wanted to get your feelings. How's the car feeling? How's the track right now? I know it's a little bit nifty out there. You just made a good pass there in practice. How's the car feeling?
Not bad. A little loose to start of the run, but as it changes into to nighttime, it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Track's going to tighten up a little bit. We see it going around there, lifting off. No problems, though. Always have, you'll have 40x limit and 1 fast repair, according to my contacts up in the league. 600 miles, man. You think you'll be able to make it?
Yeah, 40x is a pretty good number for limits, so hopefully we don't get close to that. But main thing is just keeping the clean, and then with your pit strategy, making sure you're on that, and just saving it.
Absolutely, ma'am. Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Hopefully, we'll be talking to you a little bit later this evening.
Yeah, appreciate it.
That's the 81 car, your fast time right now, as we have 18 and a half minutes left in this one. DD Customs number 81 leading the pack right now, about 0.3 faster than these guys, Chris. He's got himself a 28.5, so that's a pretty good lap. He's got to keep that thing under him for the rest of this big, long race. As Mad Sim Racing comments, yeah, this is marathon racing for sure. So being fast is one thing, Chris, but being able to last is much more important.
Absolutely. I know we're not going to talk about what kind of laps I was turning down. Those are some pretty stout laps these guys are making.
Absolutely. They're very talented. You can see the I ratings on my screen. I can see them. They're up in the upper 2,000, 3,000 range. So, you know, definitely some talent in this field. Let's go on board here with Michael Martino. Maybe we can see how he goes around this track. He's sitting in 10th right now. I'm not far off. We'll try to get a word in with him in a second. We'll go on board with him first and see how he goes. See what he's doing here. Wound up the thing here, locking him up, maybe doing a reset. See if we can get a word in, see what he's thinking. Michael Martino, this is DJ and Chris up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, just saw you reset out there. You're going out, getting to make a couple laps here. How's the track feel? How's the car, man?
Car feels pretty good. You know, I've been practicing the past couple weeks in the car, make sure it's looking good and ready to go. Had a pretty good race Indy, and ready to get this race over with.
Yeah, man, you ran 500 miles darn near. How are you feeling, man? Are you wore out at all?
Well, I finally got feeling in my arms again. My arms aren't as jelly anymore. I got a chance to eat something finally.
There you go.
You know, I'm feeling pretty good. Rested up a little bit, watching TV. Other than that, you know, how you guys doing in the booth?
Oh, man, loving it. Got some water, a couple cough drops, and we're ready to rock and roll for another long race here. I'm excited to call it for you. But anybody you want to thank before you get rocking and rolling? Only about 15 minutes of practice left, but I see a lot of names on your car, and we'll get you some spotlight here.
All right. Pretty much just thank all my friends. Hit the wall. Just, you know, all my buddies and my race team and everything. Just to help me out with the racetrack and help me out with like the getting the car ready for the race today. And pretty much all the names on the car. It was supposed to be like a fun thing. It's all my buddies, me, my buddies, all of our ex-girlfriends and boyfriends. That we put on the car.
That's awesome.
You know, just to have a little fun with the race. I actually ran this car Wednesday night in the iRacing Coke 600. and I actually won the race on Wednesday in this exact car. So I was hoping that maybe I could bring the same luck into today's race.
Absolutely, man. Long race, as you've done one already, so you know what it's going to take. So I love the grill on that little American flag looking deal. But thanks a bunch for talking to us, and we look forward to talking to you. Hopefully a little later, we're going to grab the top 5 after the race. But right now, we're just trying to get some words in from everybody and see how they're feeling.
All right. Thank you very much, and have a good race, guys.
All right. Thanks, bud. That's Michael Martino, currently sitting in 11th spot, having some fun with the paint scheme on that car. Chris, what do you think of that? It's pretty creative, ain't it?
It is, you know, and actually something he said kind of struck a chord with me. I was watching in between our 2 races today. iRacing had the Indy Drivers Wives and Girlfriends Invitational. They did 2 25-lap heat races in the Mazda cars at Gateway, and that was interesting. Kind of a thank you to all the significant others and families that have put up with this crazy addiction we've got that just kind of doubled or tripled sometimes in all the staying at home we're doing these days.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the iRacing service has nearly doubled in the past couple months just due to that. So definitely awesome that a lot of these guys are getting support or you know, being told it's okay kind of thing by the main supporter, the head of the household. So it's cool. We get to have some fun and play around with these cars and these rigs and things like that. Watching the 31 car right now of Matty Clark. He's sitting P3 right now with a pretty decent lap. Only about a 10th off of second. We're going to try to see if we can get a word in with him. He ran 500 miles earlier today. So we'll see if Matt, you there in that 31 car making some laps? This is DJ and Chris up in the booth.
Yeah, I got you guys.
Hey man, you had some tough luck in that Indy 500 we ran earlier. You're looking really good right now in that top 5. How you feeling after 500 miles earlier today?
You're dead. My arms are gonna be dead.
Yeah, that was a rough run,
earlier
huh?
today, just got tagged the wall a couple times and kind of just, ruined my.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw you up there in that top 5 during the 500, and I want to say it was the Oreo car. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Awesome. Yep. So same guy I'm thinking of. So yeah, you were up there up front, and then you got involved with a wreck. I want to say with the Black 4, Craig Deem. I don't see him in here, but I want to say that kind of caused a wreck, and no caution flag flew for that one. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think when I hit him, we kind of missiled down below out of the racing group. Just kind of went from there.
Gotcha, man. Tough luck, but I'm looking forward to this 600 miles. I know you are, certainly with a fast car that you got right now. We're going to have a lot of strategy coming into play. Do you prefer these cars over the Indy cars or vice versa?
I mean, I've run the Indy cars a few times, but we've run more of the Cup cars so I'm more comfortable here than I am there.
Okay, that makes sense. Absolutely. Unfortunately, you're a little wore out from earlier today, but you know, maybe the feel of these cars will make it a little easier to get around, and you're not going to be stuck in that draft as much as you were trying to stay in it and stuff. Those guys are very aero heavy, and you know, getting in that draft is very detrimental. Anybody you want to thank for getting ready after that race and before this one? We're coming in on 10 minutes left to practice in a little bit, so anybody you want to mention?
I just want to thank Diekman and the league for putting this on. Big shout out to Abruzzi for sponsoring this stuff. I know they've got a lot of stuff going on.
Awesome, man. Well, we really appreciate you joining us, and we'll let you back into your room that you were in, but keep practicing along, man, and good luck in qualifying in the race.
All right, thank you.
Yep. That was Matty Clark there in that 31 car, Chris.
Yeah, I'm liking the look of that car. Got a little Dale Earnhardt 3 on the left front headlight there.
Yeah, he's got a little tribute to him. Got that Coca-Cola representing there. This race is sponsored by Abruzzi, though. Guys helping out these ERA Racing League here, so it's awesome for them to step up. We appreciate them. Let's see who else we got in here. We got the previous winner. We can see how he's doing. I don't see him out on the track right now. Don't know if he's in the room. About the only person we haven't hit, as well as the 41 car. So those two cars right there of John Diekman and Toby Weatherford. Try to get a word in with these guys and see what they're feeling. Try to see if we can get the previous winner. Toby, this is DJ and Chris up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, little different scenario here. You're not the top dog in practice or, you know, like you were in Indy. How you feeling, first and foremost? Your legs and arms got a little pain going on? What's the scoop?
When we got out of those Indy cars, my leg was pretty sore, but I think we still got a good chance.
Absolutely, man. Strategy's kind of come into play. You got a game plan set up for this one, or what's the fuel and tire window look like for these cars?
I think it's gonna be save as much as you can, and protect your car until about. Sorry, running into people on the practice.
Not a problem.
Save until probably about 50 to go.
Okay, all right. Do you know how long the fuel's gonna last in these things?
If I remember correctly, it was like between 45 and 55.
Okay, so kind of similar. You guys were only about 30 laps or so in the Indy car, so a little bit different animal here. But you don't have to worry about losing that front or rear wing, so that'd be kind of a blessing for you guys. I know how touchy those things were. Only one faster pair once again, so you guys are gonna have to keep these things together.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of fun.
Awesome, man. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you out there again, trading some paint, and we're going to try to get a word in with your co-counterpart there, John Diekman. He had a slight miscalculation, but we're going to get a word in with him very shortly. But good luck today. Anybody you want to thank before you get rolling in this one?
Yeah, just Diekman for putting this on, and Abruzzi for help coming on board, and thank you guys for broadcasting. It's been pretty good so far.
Absolutely, my friend. Looking forward to logging these laps with you guys and having the videos up later as soon as the broadcast is over so you can show your family and friends. But we appreciate you joining us here in the booth, and maybe we'll talk to you a little bit later. If you can get that second W, you get a $100 bonus and some more goodies from Abruzzi. I believe you get like a custom steering wheel and some other stuff. You're the only guy in the field that has the possibility of getting that. What are you thinking about that?
It kind of scares me because everyone's going to be gunning for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got one of the prettiest cars out here that I've seen, that red, white, and blue number 8 car. So a nice little Memorial Day tribute for us to see out here. But thanks a bunch, and good luck.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, that's the 8 car listed as the 27. As you can see, Toby Weatherford currently sitting in 6th spot, Chris.
Yeah, you know, I'm a Earnhardt fan, so I gotta like that red, white, and blue number 8 throwback to, you know, the good old DEI days. Hope Teresa doesn't watch.
Absolutely. Nice slick scheme. We'll be seeing him fighting it off all day long. Now you got a, looks like a Army plane looking paint scheme on this 41 car. We'll see if we can grab John Diekman in here as we're closing in on about 6.5 minutes left. Drag him down. See if we can get a word in. I know he's making some laps around here. John Diekman, this is DJ and Chris up in the booth. You got a copy, my friend?
Got you loud and clear.
Little free there. That was a pretty good save. How are these cars handling compared to the Indy cars?
Oh, it's night and day difference, man. Indy cars are like these fine precision machines. You know, you go around Indy at like 200 plus miles per hour and, you know, hardly ever have to lift and worry about it. These cars are just all over the place.
Yeah, I turned a couple laps and I was bouncing around quite a bit. Only made about 3 or 4 laps before I looped it around. But how you feeling physically, man? You put up 500 miles, duking it out. Slight miscalculation, but you did log every lap, man. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Looking forward for another 400 laps, 600 miles for this one, and getting ready to see what that brings.
Awesome, man. Well, yeah, the car looks sweet. I love the paint job on this 41 machine you got going on, like a throwback airplane paint scheme you got going on. Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's a Tuskegee Airmen scheme plane to honor those Tuskegee Airmen in World War II. I was in naval aviation myself, so for me, I'm always been on World War II aviation history.
Awesome, man. We really appreciate you throwing your support up and showing some love to those guys. And the car looks really good. We're excited to see this group of cars go for 600 miles, man. Anybody you want to give a shout out to before you finish up this practice session here and get geared up for qualifying?
Man, I just want to say thanks to Abruzzi again for sponsoring such a great event. The crowd count isn't there with 12 cars, but it should be a good field with the drivers we see on the track. And also thanks to ERA. If you're interested, find ERA Facebook page, ERA Racing League, and join the race. We do Cup cars, Xfinity, and K&N cars for ARCA.
Awesome. So all the big cars at some fun tracks. Cool for these guys to put this show on. John, good luck in this one, and we hope to talk to you later this evening.
Yeah, hopefully it's me winning this time and not skipping myself on fuel.
Absolutely. I guarantee you'll be a little heavy on the fuel as you'll wait that extra half a second to get that gallon or whatever it takes for those couple laps. But we're looking forward to watching all that action and seeing that 41 car pass some cars tonight.
Thank you guys for also broadcasting the race. You guys did a great job for the 500, and I can't wait to see what you guys do with the 600.
Awesome, man. We're going to have some fun here, me and my buddy Chris. So good luck tonight, and only 3.5 minutes, man. Get those tires pumped up and ready to rock and roll, my friend.
Can't wait for another 600 miles.
Alrighty, good luck there to John Diekman. So 600 miles, Chris. They're gonna do 11. I know we keep mentioning it, but it's just insane. I don't think I've ever done a full-length race on iRacing. Have you?
I can guarantee I've never gone the distance there. I think once I did a full race, but it was way back on an Xbox, like NASCAR 2004. Maybe I did a full length.
Yeah, that's a ways back, my friend. I feel like I was in 5th grade or something like that. Not to make you feel old.
I had more energy, had more attention span.
Yeah, no, this is going to be crazy, especially not using a controller like we see. Checking out Brian Wright's got an awesome looking Kmart car, that metallic paint job looking on that 28 car, looking awesome. He's currently sitting just inside the top 10 right there in 9th. So checking his car out, looking pretty sweet. A lot of these guys just making their way into the room. Christopher Melton as well. He ran the 500. Cody Bullock's in the room as well here. So these guys putting down some pretty good laps, and they're all pretty close.
Yeah, I got maybe slightly over half a second there between 1st and 10th. That's hopefully going to lead for some pretty tight racing.
Yeah, draft may come into effect, just not as hard as it was in Indy, with these cars punching pretty big holes through the air. So it's going to be a little bit different type of racing, but we'll see kind of what lines hang out. There wasn't a huge line difference for these guys. So Cody Bullock with the Kyle Busch, that like the Memorial Day paint scheme for him. So with the track and the cars combo, man, these cars look awesome.
Right, yeah, we're going to see probably a little more beating and banging fender rubbers now that we have fenders to rub. So different type of racing, but I think we're still going to have some good racing.
Yeah, absolutely. A minute and a half left, Chris. These guys' starting position's going to matter, a little bit for these guys. I know it's a long race, but a lot can happen, and you just want to be out of the early messes. You know what I mean? I know there's not a huge field here, but with these guys making laps around here, just staying out of trouble is going to be a really key factor for them. As you see how loose you can get, the 18 of Cody Bullock making his way through the infield, trying to get the max out of those cars, and it's tough out there.
Right, the lap 1, turn 1 of iRacing is always gonna grab you no matter what series you're running. It seems like posted, official, anything. You always got to watch out for that first turn. You survive that, you might have a chance.
Absolutely, Chris. No lie there. I'm gonna try to maybe change this top ticker around as we have about 30 seconds left. Gonna see if we can organize this a little better, making the field look a little more full here. So you don't just see those top 10. We'll see if we can get something else worked out for that. But in the interim, Chris, 20 seconds to go, man. I'm excited for this one.
Me too. This is I really don't want to say it's going to be one hot night because that tends to not lead to good things. But man, I had to turn the AC on.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are going to be wore out for this one. I got all the windows open in the house and the fans going. Not putting that AC on right now, but moving the air around, and I know it's got to be hot for some of these guys.
Yeah, DJ, I can't even imagine running a full length 500 miles and then, taking a break and doing 600 more.
Yeah, this is going to be insane to watch right now. Ryan Shiro, the first car I see on the track. He's not going to mess around. We're going to have all these guys listed for qualifying.
It looks like our first couple cars heading out to get their qualifying laps in.
Yep, absolutely. You see Todd and Ryan Shiro. Don't see the Beeman brothers. They were second and third. They were identical twins, identical cars, and I mean they were pretty good. Chris, you missed that action. You might have watched it a little bit earlier, but go ahead and check back on YouTube or Facebook if you want to see any of those recordings. Those guys put on a heck of a show. They were out there. Kevin Fetty was back there as well with those guys fighting it out.
Yeah, it looked like Fetty might have had the move of the race there, trying a different pit strategy, just not quite working out for him.
Yeah, he definitely had some strategy worked out and tried to make a couple passes. Just the speed of the 27 and the 41 car made it pretty difficult to get ahead of those guys.
You were talking about speed of the 41. He's sitting third on the speed charts right now.
Yeah, not a bad run at all right now for the 41 car. Chiro's going to come around after a 29.016 is going to put down a 28.7. So an awesome run there from the gyro cam we saw. That's Ryan Shiro, Todd Shiro right behind him. Betty's going to jump up into second. 29.3 for Todd Shiro. Diekman's going to finish his lap off with a 7.8, just behind the 7.1 of Ryan Shiro. A lot of guys also making their way out here. We got Mike Donahue in the 70. At that Abruzzi sponsored number 70.
Yeah, DJ, looks like a lot of people wait until late in the qualifying session. Maybe get an extra degree or two out of the track because, sun's setting, asphalt's going to cool down a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to get that thing pinned up, and these guys are on fixed setups, so there's not anything they can do with that, Chris. So they're just trying to get these things tuned up and ready to rock and roll. Lap 1 right now is going to put him in 6th spot there in that 70 machine. Going to come around, try to keep some heat in those tires, and go one more time.
DJ, anytime I'm at Charlotte like this, I can't help but think of Days of Thunder and the scene where Cole Trickle shows up and puts down a lap just totally out of the blue and manages to would be set on the pole.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the best racing movies out there as we see Weatherford work his way down to the bottom. But yeah, Tom Cruise was awesome in that one, and there was just so many points in that movie that pretty much halfway relate to how we do. I mean, I talk to every nut and bolt that I put on my race car, making sure it wants to go for a ride. You know what I mean?
That does not surprise me at all.
Right now, 10 cars have taken time. Couple guys coming down pit road, couple guys sitting, maybe waiting for the track to cool off. About 6 minutes left in this session. Jonathan Wall has that 57 machine. He's going to spin the tires, get some heat in them, at High Performance Motorsports, number 57, working its way down pit road here, getting wound up. Let's go on board and see what he sees. See him really revving that thing up. He's going to be up at the top of 3 and 4 here. Even though it's slick, he wants to get this thing wound up as fast as it can and get the most speed he can for this lap. Second lap's been the fastest, but you know, building off that first lap is really key here. These things tend to get a little upset going through turn 1. There's a hump, Chris. Good save from the Ancor here.
I know exactly where that hump's at. I can't even count the number of cars that I've lost to it.
Looks like he's going to reset and try to get a better run this time around. But right now we're going to keep up here, see if we can keep up with Justin Brown. He's got himself a lap cooked up. Coming around for his first lap to count. The car is trying to put a time down. 4.5 minutes left to practice, so plenty of time left for these guys. We'll see what he does. 28.501 straight to the top of the board there, Chris, on his first lap. So looking really good for Justin Brown in the 81 right now.
Yeah, that's wild, him getting a lap like that first time around. Is he way up against the wall, going to dive down to the line?
Yeah, almost a picture-perfect lap from Justin Brown there. So awesome to see that. We'll see if he goes any quicker. From a 28.5 to a 28.4, so a commanding jump into fast time, 0.3 ahead of second. You got to really appreciate that. That was a great lap from the 81 of Justin Brown. And the 57 of Jonathan Wall is going to come around. He's going to run a 28.56, so just behind him in the one lap that he had in the 57. He wound that sucker up and got himself on the front row as well.
Well, you know, we were just talking about Days of Thunder. I think we're seeing it. You know, those two cars setting down some blistering laps, upsetting the fast cars from early in the session. Looks like, you know, Diekman and Weatherford, who were up there towards the top, now going to drop down to top 4 and top 6. So going to be interesting seeing what Brown and Wall bring to the race.
Yeah, that's awesome to see that. I see the Beeman brothers are a little wore out from their 500 miles earlier. I know those guys were nose to tail for basically the whole race right now. Still 3 minutes left in qualifying. So we'll see. We have a couple cars still left to qualify. Todd Kirkwood just jumping in the room, as well as that metallic-looking 28 car in Brian Wright. So we'll see if those guys make a lap with about a minute left. If we don't see any action from them, we'll throw up a quick commercial break and gear up for tonight's Coca-Cola 600, brought to you by Abruzzi. Right now it's looking quiet, Chris. Everybody trying to get their stuff ready to rock and roll, man. I wouldn't even know how to prep for this, you know. I got right now I got me my 3 bottles of water and I'm ready to rock and roll up here, but keeping your ankles and hands and wrists and all that stuff ready to rock and roll, man. After 500, this is going to be a good one.
Oh, absolutely. I know after our 50 or
that, I have respect for that. These things are not easy to drive. So just a minute and a half left. We're going to run to a quick commercial break. We will have up the screen in case anybody decides to jump up and do any laps here. But 12 cars taking time right now. We'll hit a quick commercial break and be right back at you.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like we'll say in racing, or in this case even sim racing? While on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart, Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even kart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
Forgot to turn that off. All right. So we see Todd Kirkwood making his way around. Like you got a little loose there. Going to come around for lap number 1. His time's coming down. He's going to take a trip through the Toyota and Monster Energy grass here at Charlotte. Throws his lap down.
The Roval's not till later in the season, right?
Yeah, that's not coming up. We're just doing the rim riding here at the outside of the track. But guys are gearing up, man. Guys are going to start out here. See who's geared up. Not see anybody on the line quite yet. Ooh, awesome looking start here for this one.
Oh, we got ourselves a fancy lineup right here.
Yeah, this is something new, and I'm kind of a fan.
Is this an iRacing thing? Because they're gridding up in this formation. That would have been handy for our Bettenhausen race at the beginning of our virtual Grundy season when we had to do this manually.
Yeah, absolutely. No disagreement there. And we'll go through it. Looks like Justin Brown is going to be starting on the front row, right with Jonathan Wall. So we have get the lineup going for you guys here. And here's what it's going to be. The 81 car of Justin Brown. He's going to be taking us to the green right now. The 57 car of Jonathan Wall laying down a lap himself. Awesome lap for these two guys out of Florida and Carolina. So some Southeast guys over here. We'll move our way a little bit farther back. We're going to have Ryan Shiro and Toby Weatherford. These guys, Weatherford all the way from California. So it's early for him, only about 2:30 or so. Excited to see if he can do the two-peat here. So that's going to be interesting to watch. We're going to be paying attention to that 8 car as he's coming around here. Let's see who else we got. We got Kevin Feedy from the Virginias, as well as John Diekman, who had the heartbreaking error in calculations. But those two beautiful cars lined up in 5th and 6th position. Behind them, it's going to be Mike Donahue in that 70 machine, and he's going to be right next to Matty Clark, who we spoke to earlier. A couple teammate cars, Chris. This Abruzzi yellow paint scheme's looking pretty sharp here tonight.
Yeah, we saw that earlier in the Indy race with the twin cars.
Yep, the Beeman brothers had their cool paint schemes going on. Todd Shiro in the 17. He's got himself an awesome American flag scheme there, sponsored by Jayco. He's going to be inside of Cody Bullock in the, I want to say it was the Kyle Busch machine. That 18, they all got the Memorial Day schemes going on, so that's awesome to see. And then behind them, Michael Martino, who we spoke to, he's got his red, white, and blue 75 geared up out of New York. Christopher Melton in the 75 machine, or in the 93. He's out here as well. Brian Wright and Todd Kirkland are going to round out this field. Up to the front, already single file as we take the green flag. Only side-by-side IC is right on the bottom. Getting a little loose there. Hang on to it. 599 miles to go there, Chris.
It didn't take him too long to get spread out. I think that might be the way to go here. Just get as far away from the other competitors as you can and make sure your car lasts all the way to the end of this race.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. We already see a pass going on for the lead as you see Justin Brown getting pressured by Jonathan Wall in that 57 car. See the rear view of these guys. These things are glued to the track, Chris. They get some load. The 57 of Wall rolls really good in through 3 and 4. Looking to the bottom here. We'll see if he makes a move as they come down the front straightaway for lap number 3.
Yeah, they have really broken away from the rest of the field here. I wonder if they're using up more of their equipment than everybody else. Everybody thinking maybe, hey, we got 600 miles to go. I want to keep my tires for a couple laps.
Yeah, these guys still duking it out here. As you see the 34 car of Shiro and the 41 side by side, the 31 of Matty Clark. He's trying to make a move on the top side, keeping that 31 car wound up.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
So the caution's gonna fly. Cody Bullock not seeing what happened. We'll go back and find out if we could see what happened to him. Looks like he might have just got a little loose off of 2 and drills the inside wall, and not going to be able to save that one. So he tows it down. Couple cars making their way by. First caution of the evening is going to be on lap 4, Chris.
Yep, I can't even count the number of times I've made that mistake.
Yeah, that's it's so tricky, man. With no heat in the tires for these things. Looks like Wall made the pass, so he's going to be leading this one. But you know, with the way these tires are and these cars, I don't see anybody coming down pit road right now. It's too early for these guys. But unfortunate start to the evening for the 18 car of Cody Bullock. So he's not going to be able to maybe finish this one. He has currently pulled off the track, so we'll see if he ends up finishing. Looks like we are going to have some guys coming down pit road. Yeah,
that was unexpected. I figured this would be a quickie caution, catch your breath, pull your belts tight, and let's go again. But it looks like everybody gonna dive down. Maybe see when they get to the pit stalls here if they're taking tires or not.
Yeah, it looks like Diekman and Ryan Shiro are gonna be a couple of the only guys who don't come down pit road. Everybody coming down, grabbing some fuel and tires. You see the 51 and 57 and 81 grabbing 4 new hoops. But not sure how much they really slowed down. Fastest lap of the race right now is around a 29.4. So definitely something to pay attention. Or actually, it's 29 or 28.9. So right around the 29-second mark.
Yeah, I don't know if they have a tire limit for this race, but if not, it might be one of those just take tires every chance you get. They're not as expensive as the normal Goodyears you'd see on Sundays.
Yeah, with the shorter field here, it's going to definitely change the way you know, your strategy pans out. It's not going to hurt you as bad. A lot of these bigger races will have, you know, 30 or 40 cars where it's like, I don't want to lose all that track position. But you see the 57 of Wall. He makes his way out with 4 fresh new ones, and he's going to be starting inside the second row here.
Yeah, it might be a prelude to what we're going to see tonight if we only got looks like 12 cars still running. Might see that every single caution, the entire field diving down, so everybody's on the same pit strategy.
Yeah, that could definitely even this out. But you know, if you get towards the end here and everybody's on fresh hoops, you know, it's definitely going to be something to consider. Maybe 2 tires to gain some track position, or not pit at all, like we just saw. Diekman started all the way back in 6th, so he's going to be taking us to green. We'll see if he can keep that 41 machine up in front, and he's going to have Ryan Shiro right to his door. So these 2 cars on 5-lap older tires, not a huge difference, but don't want to run out of fuel. That's definitely going to be something that Diekman's going to be paying attention to this time around for tonight's Coke 600.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got an extra gas can in the car with him.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's heartbreaking, man. He put on such a good show, him and Weatherford, who's currently in 5th right now. But, yeah, those guys were duking it out all race long, and it just came down to, you know, a couple seconds of taking fuel, just a slight miscalculation, and came up about 4 laps short on fuel. So he smartly came down. He didn't run out of gas, you know, on the backside of the straightaway there. 2.5 miles is a long time to putt around on no fuel, but pace truck lights are off, and he's going to take that fully fueled machine, other than 6 laps, down to green. We'll see if it makes that sharp left-hand turn. And here we go. Full crowd here tonight, Chris. Sun slowly dipping down. Good jump for the 41 car. 57 a wall, going to follow him through as Shiro already stuck on the high side. Looks like Justin Brown in the 81 behind these guys.
Yeah, it didn't quite get down into a single file as fast as it did on the initial start. But, you know, those new tires on most of the field are going to dice it up pretty quick as we got another race for the lead.
Yeah, these guys are fighting pretty hard here. You see Diekman already working his way up to the top. Wall's going to make his way by. You can see that
Maybe
Ford
already,
Mustang.
Already seeing the difference between brand new tires and tires that maybe have a lap or two of heat in them.
Yeah, we'll see how the 41 can draft his way up to see if he loses any ground here. But that 57 car is looking pretty sporty, man. He rolls in the corners a lot better than some of the other cars and kind of has this place figured out.
Yeah, looks like 41 dropping back a bit, so either the 57 is just running away with this, or everybody kind of evening out now that the tires are going to be a little closer down the same page.
Yeah, right now Brown setting his sights on the 41, but not a whole lot of ground lost for Diekman as he's still sitting pretty in second. The 34 car of Shiro dropped all the way back to 7th, and the 70 car, Mike Donahue's trying to make a move on him. Got a little bit of a two-car battle. He's trying to rim ride, maybe conserve, but those guys are going to work their way by. Looks like Brian Wright and that metallic-looking Kmart 28 is going to work his way by as well. So two totally different kind of outcomes from that, Chris. One car barely hanging on to the top 10 and one sticking there in the top 3.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe going to the back to conserve. Maybe just again the new tires, and it's really kind of boggles my mind that such few laps on the tires that have that much of a difference. But
yeah, we're gonna jump on board with Shiro now, and you see him working the wheel, working the throttle, trying to keep up with these guys. Watch this dip going down into 1, Chris. This is really a handful as you guys are full throttle coming down here. You almost have to like slightly lift and make it smooth. That was a great entry there for the 34. A lot of these guys make it look a lot less smooth than that. As you see the 28 get a little loose off of 2 there. Gonna get a run down the back straightaway. So look out, Brian Wright. Shiro's coming, looking with that Oakley number 34, trying to make a run here as they come down the front stretch through the dogleg.
yeah, with this track being one of the default tracks you get when you load in with the new subscription, and having to run this place with a street stock's kind of like being at Daytona with a cup car. So yeah, any little bump in the track gonna upset whatever you're driving. So the fact that these guys are managing that, I know when I first started, that caused me a lot of issues.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky here. Those the drafting is a huge part of trying to go faster, especially when you're underpowered. These guys, though, they have I guess low power, but 400 horsepower is enough to get it done around here. So it's definitely a tricky place to get around. But here comes your Indy 500 winner, Hobie Weatherford, in that 8 car. He's up to 4th, and he's got his eyes set on his previous racing buddy, doing a lot of work with the 41 of Diekman. So these guys are going to put on a little bit of a race here. We got 15 laps completed already, Chris.
Yeah, these 3 cars here battling over second, really letting Jonathan Wall run away.
Yeah, building quite a lead, about a second and a half on the 81 car of Justin Brown. It's kind of staying there right now, the lap times these guys are running. Brown was actually quicker, just barely, about a half a tenth quicker that time around once again. So that lead, we can look to see it slowly shrinking if they keep this up. But right now, the 81 has the 41 behind him and the 8 of Weatherford, as we're watching him put his sights on the 41 machine coming down the back straightaway.
Yeah, and DJ, when I was running some test laps here earlier in the week, I noticed that my tires were going to run away before my fuel. So we'll have to pay attention here, see what our fuel window looks like versus when we start wanting new tires. Looks like, you know, if we get 2 or 3 laps on the tires, it's time to come down and get some new ones. So we'll see how far they can stretch it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to strategy. If these guys can keep these cars straight, I know it's a handful, but it's going to get worse as the run goes on. 12 laps on everybody who came down. Only car on 17-lap tires is that 41 machine. So he's going to try the crossover here on Weatherford. He's going to let him go. We'll see these guys come down and transition into turn 1, coming down that hill. Looks pretty smooth for both these guys. Still putting on a good race side by side. While this is all happening, though, the 81 car is slowly but surely gaining ground and certainly pulling away from these two.
Yeah, this is about the best thing Justin Brown could be seeing in his mirror. Is he's going to track down Jonathan Wall ahead of him. He's got a little bit of ground to make up, but it's like he's getting closer and closer.
Right now, we'll see if we have our blimp view. You could see that black number 81 machine working his way down the back straightaway, but right now the 57 seeing nothing but clean air in front of him. Had himself a little bit of a mistake there in qualifying, managed to work his way back out onto the front row, so had a pretty good start, dropped back, grabbed some hoops. So along with everybody else, the 57 and 81 look to be the class of the field. Weatherford as well is working his way back up there. He's following these guys through. So Diekman's still the only car on old tires, but he's making some stuff happen. We'll just run through the field here. Looks like the 94 car of Kevin Fetty. He's worked his way up to 5th after starting 5th, passing a couple cars, got around Shiro there after he took new tires. Right behind him, though, putting on some pressure is Matty Clark in the 31 machine. So he's dialed in and got himself a pretty good run going. Just behind them in the Abruzzi machine, the 70 car of Mike Donahue. He's doing pretty good as well. Got a beautiful paint scheme on that machine. Then you got Brian Wright in the 28 car. He's in 8th spot as of right now. Ryan Shiro, only other car on the tires they started the race on. He's sitting just inside the top 10 in 9th. And then Todd Shiro, he's right behind him in that 17 machine. Nice patriotic scheme. That's your top 10. Last 2 cars running out on the track. Todd Kirkwood in the 54 machine. He's up. And then we had a huge long run, and then late race fatigue definitely took over on a couple guys as they got into the grass, hit the wall, and brought out the caution. So definitely something to look out for here tonight, but they got to keep their endurance up and keep the speed in these cars. Coming up on 20 laps on this run for these guys, so you're going to see the lap times slowly start to drop off as we're down into the 30-second bracket already. So fast lap times about a second faster than this, but right now Jonathan Wall leading these guys coming down to lap number 24.
Yeah, tires definitely going to start going away. We might be looking at getting into green flag pit stops if this keeps up.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. We did have a lot of those in the 500 earlier, but looks like we have a 3-car battle going on as Weatherford has some company behind them. John Diekman and Kevin Fetty worked their way up this top half of the back half of the top 5 right here are getting pretty close to each other here, Chris.
Yeah, they're it's like Diekman there looking to the inside. Weatherford washing up the track just a little bit.
Yeah, different driving styles are going to make these cars handle different over the longer run, Chris. And if you were watching, you saw the 41 car was really good on the longer runs.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to sneak by him there on the inside and going to take Kevin Fetty with him.
Now those 2 cars going to advance a spot here. Fetty looking for the 2-for-1 as he's looking pretty sporty in that number 94 machine.
Meanwhile, I got side-by-side racing right behind this group.
Yeah, you see Matty Clark getting a little knock on the door from the 70 machine. See the run that the 70's getting down the front straightaway. Donahue looking to the inside. We'll see how these guys do going down into turn 1. Really uncomfortable turn. You see him wash up a couple feet there. Keeping the air off the right rear is the 31. Have to give him some room. Let's see what kind of run the 31 car gets coming down the back straightaway. A little side draft off him though. Coming down into 3 and 4. A little slide job there, Chris. I know we're not on dirt. 70 car gets it done, makes the pass, and works his way up into the top 6 with that move.
Well, yeah, DJ, we're not on dirt, but you got to think these tires are going to be hot and slick. We might as well be some of these slide jobs we got going.
Yeah, we'll check out and see what kind of temperatures we have. Right now, track temp's only 77. 370 laps to go for these guys. I know they want to race hard. Only one caution, which is a good thing, but got to keep these things under them, and got to be about 10-15 laps away from their fuel window. So it's going to be interesting. Strategies going to come into play. But right now, your top 2 are well ahead, 5 seconds ahead of the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But there's the yellow we were just talking about. Not sure what happened. Looks like Wright went on.
Right, yeah, around on the front stretch.
See if we get a replay from him. Just loose off of turn 4, man. These things are on the ragged edge. And unfortunately...
Yeah, that's all that discussion we were doing about maybe looking at green flag pit stops right out the window. This will open up the door for everybody to dive down to pit road at the same time again. We'll see who all comes.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a quick word in. I see Brian Wright in chat. Maybe we'll see what he experienced through there. We'll see if we got him here. Hey, Brian, this is DJ up in the booth, man. Looking a little free there. You didn't hit anything, but you'll have a chance to get some 4 fresh tires on them and go back out there.
Yeah, I'm really struggling here.
Yeah, this is certainly a tough track to be at. You got that nice looking 28 car. Get yourself 4 hoops, man. Tough break there, but careful here on pit road. We'll let you go, but good luck the rest of the way, and we hope to talk to you a little later tonight. Get yourself in the top 5, man, but keep on fighting. A long race to go, my friend.
Thanks, Ad.
All right, and that's the 28 car who we just saw go around. A little iffy to do that sometimes. You don't know how some of these guys are going to react, but these guys are really cool in here, Chris. So awesome to kind of get his input on it. Definitely a tough track. He's going to get 4 fresh hoops on it, fix a little damage, and he'll be out there right back in the top 12.
Yep, and I'm not going to toot my own horn here, but I called it every single car on the track was down pit road. So we're gonna re-rack. Everybody should be topped off fuel. Everybody gonna be fresh tires. Saw how that worked out on the last restart.
Only 12 cars in here. It just makes sense for everybody to kind of take tires, especially in the early running of this. 400 laps, Chris, so 368 to go. These guys are going to gear up. Pace car lights still on. Look for those to shut off this time by. We're going to get racing.
It's a perfectly timed caution for pretty much everybody, I think, as we saw everybody was kind of starting to fade a little bit. Lap times were dropping. Cars were getting a little harder to handle.
Right now, while we have a second, we'll take a quick commercial break and come back to some green flag action.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like we'll say in racing, or in this case even sim racing? While on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart, Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even cart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
A quick intermission break. Pace car going to work its way off of the track, coming right to green. Almost perfectly timed there, Chris. Kind of impressed with myself with that one. But the 57 car going to get a good jump The 81 of Justin Brown going to follow him through. Kevin Fetty side by side with Weatherford as they work their way down into turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like everybody happy with their cars after that. Wall and Brown, they're gonna start pulling away again. Looks like. So maybe the fixed setup there kind of playing into their driving style.
Yep, definitely a possibility. As you see Brown, the closest he's been under green to Wall, but Wall just really has this place figured out. He goes so down low in the corners and really lets that car roll. So he's got it figured out with this 1.5 mile oval, and maybe the 81 car can learn something here, Chris, to maybe make a move a little bit later in the race.
Yep, definitely. The lessons you learn here in the beginning come back later on. The sun goes down and track cools down, should get a little more grip out of the tires, so you can, maybe it'll be a little bit easier to put the car where you want it to be. So we got a battle for third going on. Dinkman in the 41 going low under the 94.
It's the pass off. Diekman on new tires, man. He's looking pretty sporty. Already worked his way back from 5th up to 3rd. Passed a couple cars already, Chris.
Yeah, having the same pit cycle as everybody else, I think, going to work out for him fairly nice here as long as he keeps that car full of fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. He learned a little bit of a lesson there. A little bit of different racing action. You know, these guys definitely showing some speed differences here. They were down into the 32nd bracket. These guys all running 28 7s, 8s, and 9s. So the top 3 guys are putting down some pretty respectable lap times. But your fastest car on the track still is your leader in the 57. So fixed setup racing for Jonathan Wall, but that's not slowing him down a bit.
Yeah, meanwhile, Fetty drops down another position as Weatherford cracks into the top 4 as he got his sight sets on Dinkman in the 41.
And just behind them, the 31 and the 70 putting on a little bit of a race here. And the 31 dives to the inside, stay out of the wall there, and the 70 barely comes down.
Yeah, I think he was trying the Kyle Larson line up there, maybe not by choice.
Yeah, that didn't look like he wanted to do it, but he kept it safe, so he's gonna bring that thing and reel it back in to keep the tires on it. A lot of these guys still on the bottom side of the track, none of them really moving up. Only 7 laps on this run, so nobody being a little crazy here, but up front, a little pressure from the backside here as Justin Brown made his way to the back bumper.
Yeah, Wall not getting the run he had last green flag session. He's got a mirror full of the 81 car.
Yep, right now, I told you, man, he got up there and he kind of learned something. We'll see if Brown can capitalize on him. But I mean, this is the view in the back mirror of the 57 car. We'll see if we can see the in-car, maybe learn something from our own eyes here. How smooth you really have to be here. Watch him come down to this first turn dip, a slight lift, and right back into the throttle, peeling in. Looks like we have a car on the bottom. Look to be the 75 of Michael Martino. Not sure what happened to him, but he's going to go a lap down. Your first car a lap down. And it nice and smooth. You see these things in yaw as they go through turns 3 and 4. Man, this is pretty impressive to watch. 42 laps completed this time by. And I mean, the line's right there on the bottom with the set of tires they have on. Until they start to wear, you may see them have to move up a little bit as the car doesn't want to come around. But the 81 car just staying in the draft of the 57. You see the 57 about 1.5 feet, 2 feet off of the bottom of 3 and 4. But as they go through 1 and 2 here, we'll watch one more corner. They are glued to the bottom.
Yeah, that's really, you know, that's the fast way around the track. That's the line everybody wants to be riding. So, you know, we're not real deep into this run, but being able to hold your car down on the line, that's definitely what you want to be doing.
Be a good view of that here. This Abruzzi sponsored Coke 600 carries on. We really appreciate everybody tuning in to the Driving DJ Network. On YouTube, we have some viewers, so don't be afraid to subscribe. You'll get noticed when we do some other broadcasts and live streams. We're a super late model team out of the Midwest, so we do some short track racings. Basically, our specialty, super late models, things like that is what we like to do. Anybody on Facebook, you guys already know. We're just having some fun here, doing some more broadcasting, continuing on for 1,100 miles tonight, and we're working our way through this one, and coming up on 50 laps completed almost already, but no shortage of action here tonight. The 81 car and the 57, Jonathan Wall and Justin Brown, these guys duking it out and putting on a pretty good show up front.
Right, and behind them, Weatherford and Diekman arguing over the third place. They traded about a lap ago. Weatherford got around Diekman, but Diekman going to try getting back around Weatherford.
Yeah, one more time they're coming down. You see two car battles on the racetrack coming down the back straightaway. Weatherford's going to have a full mirror of the 41. You can see the 8 car working his way on the top side of the track, trying to keep that car wound up for a good run. Little loose there for the 41 coming out of turn 4. Through the grass, the 94 goes around a Fetty. He's going to keep it straight. Diekman's gonna have to wheel this thing around. I want to see the in-car of that. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was impressive right there. I know and at the real Charlotte, they were talking about replacing all the grass there and the tri-oval with AstroTurf, so definitely helping out, keeping these cars a little more under control when you're way out of control like that. But that
absolutely, yeah, that was crazy. Only drops back to 6th spot, so he's going to have some work to do as Matty Clark and Kevin Fetty made their way by. So look out for the 41 car to make a move. Right now, everybody else behind him pretty much single file. Everybody on the lead lap with that one. See Brian Wright back there in that 28 car, trying to work his way through. Michael Martino as well. He's a lap down. But still, closest battle right now on the field is the lead. These are the 2 closest cars. You see Diekman and looks like the 31 of Clark. Those are the other 2 closest cars. But let's see if a move gets made here.
Like Clark up in the wall there. Diekman gonna get around him.
Gonna slow him down a little bit. Back into the top 5 goes the 41. But right now, your lead, still tons of pressure. 18 laps on these tires for these guys. As we come around, we're at 50 complete already, Chris.
Yep, Brown just, I don't know. He's not looking like he's trying to make a move. Maybe looking to the outside now, but just definitely keeping the 57's mirror full of car.
Yeah, he's got a full view here, maybe working his way up to the top of the track, trying to get a run here down the back straightaway. As we jump onto our gyro cam, we'll see what the 81 car can do. A little bit of movement there for the 57. Looks like the 81 car has chosen to move up to that top line and kind of cross down off the bottom of the track. So he's keeping that thing wound up and keeping that mirror full like you said. So we'll see if these guys still make their way in front of these guys, but Weatherford about 4.5 seconds back. It was about 5 seconds at one time, so he's running pretty similar lap times to these guys, so we'll see what he can do. Maybe run them down here as the laps tick off. Some of these drivers are more accustomed to a more worn out.
Been running that high side as he's going to get passed now by Fetty. He's going to drop back a spot, but definitely sticking to the high side of the track, so his tires maybe wearing out.
Yeah, taking the long way around, keeping that thing wound up, not really showing speed-wise and wearing it out, burning a little more gas. So it's one thing if you're kind of making up time, but maybe he'll tuck in behind the 94 car of Fetty and get himself a little bit better fuel mileage. I know strategy's not huge right now with the way it is, but if we go green for a long amount of time, there's definitely a possibility. We went green on around lap 32. So if we continue on and don't have any issues as far as things go and keeping these cars straight, you know, that gas mileage and tire situation, like you talked about 40 laps, they're about halfway through that. So look for cars as they're already back into the 30-second bracket to start slowing down and slipping a lot more than normal.
Yeah, it looks like we got a four-way battle for 7th back there. Kirkwood, Clark, Donahue, and Shiro all running under a blanket.
Yeah, Donahue had himself a pretty good run. Looks like he may have gotten past there in that one. Shiro working that 34 car back up front. He had some issues a little earlier in this one. After not taking tires, he fell back to 10th and really didn't gain a whole lot from after that. But right now, Clark, Donahue, and the 17 of Todd Shiro, who we didn't see in the 500, but he is here tonight, made the drive down here to Charlotte. A lot of these guys jumped on the same helicopter there, Chris, and ran the 500 and made their way down and gearing up. A lot of these guys.
Contact. Sorry, DJ. We got a battle for the lead. Ended up getting kind of rough there. That's going to bring out a caution. 81 of Justin Brown surviving at the 57. Around into the wall. Got a pretty torn up race car now.
Checking the replay out right now, Chris. Like the 81 with a good run off the back straightaway. These guys went down the back stretch. 81 looked to the inside. He got into him before they even went into the corner. So unfortunately, the 57 car, to no fault of his own.
That's got to be heartbreaking. Plus, you know, dropping down to the tail of the field. But here we are again. Caution. We had Brian Wright was down pit road before it went caution. Looks like everybody else going to hit pit road now.
These cars, some damage. We'll see how long the stop is for Justin Brown after receiving some damage from that one. 57 car of Jonathan Wall trying to get some hoops as well. We'll see what happens for him. One of the last cars to make a stop. Looks like Michael Martino to get a wave around Brian Wright as well. See what happens for those guys. But right now, looks like, who was that? Was that Fetty out there making his way up? See how these guys end up, but it looks like Kevin Fetty's going to lead off of pit road. That 94 car with Weatherford behind him. Diekman, Shiro made himself a couple spots on pit road. Donahue was back in 9th. He's up to 5th with this one.
And DJ Brown is still on pit road.
Yeah, he definitely sustained some damage, so that's no surprise to me. He's trying to get that thing fixed up and avoid using that quick repair. So you see him not in the air. He's just waiting for that pace car to come around and avoid using that. So not sure how much damage he has, but he definitely had some damage on the right front of that car after the 57 ricocheted off the wall. So I'm pretty sure the 57 had to use his quick repair, but the 81's trying to avoid that.
Yeah, probably good strategy this early in the race. You can probably fairly easily make the time up. Looks like he's had a fast race car for the whole race, so probably not worried about making up any laps lost right now. But yeah, that holding on to that fast repair for later in the race when you can't afford to lose the time, probably a better strategy.
Yeah, he's got about 340 laps to go here as they're clicking him off. They have yet to get the 1 to go mark, so there's no rush as of right now. Pace car lights still on. Looks like he repaired as much as he needed. So maybe a different handling car for him. If it doesn't work out to where he's a lot slower, he may have to use that fast repair because this could cost him handling-wise. It's today the 94 of Kevin Fetty.
Yep, and outside of him have our Indy 500 winner and our almost Indy 500 winner.
You guys making their way up front here tonight as our two leaders have thrown a wrench in the plans of everybody. Everybody's pretty much going to come down pit road 3 times, all together. So far, everybody's made it down 3 times or so. So everybody on new tires. Martino catching back up to the field. He took some tires as well. Justin Brown took some tires. He's making his way back up in this one, as well as Brian Wright. So a lot of guys trying to make some headway here. Pace truck, lights are off. They're going to go 2x2, roll down the back straightaway here, and gear up for another set of racing. 60 laps down so far tonight.
Yep, and the caution's falling, just perfect timing again. It's everybody wearing out their tires. Everybody come down, get on the same pitch strategy. Gonna be watching that 81, see what his slow repairs might have done.
Yeah, we'll get a good look.
57 a wall, gonna have a fresh car, nothing wrong with it.
He's only starting inside of the 4th row there, or outside the 4th row. So we'll see how they line these guys up. But right now he's inside in 7th. So he's going to gear up. But right now, Fetty and your Indy 500 winner going to take us down. And here we go one more time. Fetty off to a good jump. Looks like Beekman's going to make the move on the inside, and he's going to have Shiro behind him. So these guys are side by side right now on the top side, almost where the 8 car wanted to be. Weatherford working it on the top. Shiro, though, making some forward progress and looking to the inside of Beekman as they go through 3 and 4 side by side. Pokes his nose in there. Weatherford also going to make his way by, and here comes Wall in the 57. 3 wide as they go through the dog leg. Yeah. He's working his way, not wasting any time. Hang on to it.
Well, DJ, I think his strategy was just to get out front and run away, so right back on that. Just got a couple cars to get around.
Yeah, he's got the 34 car of Shiro showing some signs of life there. A little peppy, but he gets to the bumper. He's going to put him around. Those 2 cars going to go around. Oh, the 70 of Donahue's involved. The 54 car's involved in this one. Caution's going to fly. And everybody else avoiding through the grass. Big wreck on the front straightaway there, though.
And it looks like the 81 might have got tagged there as cars were spinning across the track, so that'll put a little bit more time on his repair clock.
Wow, let's see this one. You see the 57 get into him there. Nowhere to go for the 70 of Donahue. Bam! Those guys just barreling into this one. Like Brown hooked him again, as you said, but big wreck there. Unfortunate for a lot of those guys having a pretty good run. They're going to get them back together here. Fetty still your leader. Weatherford, Beekman in that 41 machine. Everybody going to make their way down pit road. Only Weatherford. A couple other guys towards the back. Wall looks like he's coming down for some. He had some damage in that one. So a lot of these cars not taking a chance down pit road. Track position is important. Staying out of trouble even more. But Chris, I think we're going to have a stage break here at lap 100. And then we're going to have another break at lap 200. And then from there on out, we're green flag racing. So no automatic cautions or anything. Only those 2 stages. So.
Yep, it looks like we got our first real look at pit strategy. Got half the field staying out, half the field maybe coming in to fix damage.
Yeah, not sure what those guys are doing, but you see Wall still in there. He's been down pit road for about 1:30, so he's really adding the time up on that machine and trying to fix what's going on with it right now. See the right rear all wrinkled up, the whole right side. See if we can get a chase view from him. Nose looks to be damaged. Hood not totally connected to the fender, so that's going to allow air to sneak up under that thing, not get him the downforce that he desires in order to keep the speed up. A lot of work to be done on that thing. I think he already used his fast repair. So from bad to worse for the 57 car, getting taken out early and putting him to the back, making him have to race his way up. And, you know, a victim there in that one was the 34 car. You know, he wasn't really doing anything wrong, just kind of got ran into. And, you know, somehow still ends up saving that thing and sitting in 7th spot. So Ryan Shiro able to make his way back, and not sure if he used a quick repair or not, but out here again for some more action. Right now, pace car lights still on. Kevin Fetty, your leader.
Yeah, the 34 there, kind of victim of where the track narrows up really fast. I know several times when I've been racing at Charlotte, when my tires are starting to go away, that front stretch wall comes at you in a hurry.
Yeah, it really closes up. Definitely a tricky part of this racetrack. When we come out of a very narrow turn 4 up into that dip down into turn 1. So definitely pretty tricky. 1 and 2 is pretty easy, but yeah, the car gets real light going into 1 and makes it really, really tough.
Yeah, you got the bump in 1 and the wall coming out of 4, and really I guess the wall coming into 3 too. 3 being a much tighter entry than 1, since you have the whole dog leg to get through.
Absolutely a little difficult there. Pace car lights look to be still on. Chris, let's go to a quick commercial break as we come around to 65 laps completed.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like, we'll say, in racing, or in this case, even sim racing? While on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart, Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even cart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
All right, so we're back. The field bunched back up. Looks like Kevin Fetty and John Diekman going to bring him to green once again. Lights off on the pace truck. We'll see what all fast repairs and fresh tires everybody got in that last round of pit stops. Pace truck going to pull off down pit road. Fetty going to bring him to green in the restart zone. And they're off. Good jump by Fetty. He puts a little distance on Dinkelman and Clark, racing side by side there for second. Clark gonna get the position momentarily. Dinkelman up in the high group. He hasn't spent a whole lot of time up there. Weatherford behind him, definitely liking the outside line so far tonight.
Big moves right now for that 31 car, Chris.
Yeah, he's kind of muscled his way into second there.
See Matty Clark having a lot better run than he did at the 500. Your leader getting a little free here, a little change for the lead, as those two are going to go by. And at the same time, the 41 looking to make a move to the inside, going through 3 and 4.
Yeah, that changed in a hurry.
See how close these guys are on the edge, Chris, man. A little bit loose for the leader, dipping his tires down the left side, off the apron a little bit.
Right, you've noticed as well as I have, you come out with fresh tires that aren't quite as warm. Oh, we got a car into the wall in the backstretch. It's like Brian Wright in the 28, losing it out of 2. kind of jumped into my camera view there.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a different view of him coming through 1 and 2. Just a little loose and nowhere to do. He couldn't correct it. Body slams the heck out of this thing and tows it. So, unfortunately, not going to make it. He's going to have to repair the heck out of that car as he tows it. So, Jonathan Wall looks to retire from this race as well. So, back out front, though, Diekman looking to have a little bit of redemption go on and make his way up into victory lane. Right now, though, 30 laps until we hit stage 1. Top group, everybody right up here putting on a pretty good show. Your top 4 lined up. Mike Donahue sitting in the top 5. We haven't talked a whole lot about him in that Abruzzi 70 car. He got involved in that pretty big wreck with Wall and Shiro getting together there off of 4 there for second. So these guys making their way back up into this one. Shiro just behind him. Looks like the 81 car who's 2 laps down. Justin Brown trying to get a couple laps back under green here. So he's going to have a shot for a lap back on lap 100. Hopefully he can make his way around, maybe get lucky with another caution. Other than that, he'll have one more shot at lap 200. And then from there on out, he'll be able to make his way up into the front of this one. But right now it's all Diekman, but a lot of pressure right now from Matty Clark.
Yeah, Clark looking to the inside, but I think hitting that humps, he gets shot up to the outside.
Yeah, Fetty's going to make a way around.
Yeah, you were talking about Brown in the 81. He was a victim of circumstance twice, got damage in the last 2 cautions, but not willing to use up his fast repair, so he's been sitting on pit road for as long as he can, getting as much repair done as he could.
Yeah, and right now the only Mustang in the field is that 41 machine. Everybody else has those slick looking Camaro ZL1s. So your lone Ford in the room right now is making his way up. We had a couple Toyotas, but they are no longer with us, as well as one more Ford and 2 more Chevys. But for this Coke 600, brought to you by Abruzzi, John Diekman making his way up front, trying to pull a little bit of a gap, but we have a pretty good battle here for second on back.
Yeah, it looks like everybody just drove through a cloud of smoke, so maybe some issues. You see the 75 car, Michael Martino, down pit road.
Yep, unfortunate break for him. Not sure what happened. So might have had some damage, might have blown up, not sure. We'll see if we can follow up with him later in the evening. Right now, focused on this battle ahead of us.
Yeah, Weatherford there really putting pressure on the 31.
Now these guys just behind the leader. Not off to a huge lead. You can see our top 4 in your screen right now. Awesome view right here.
Really interesting, DJ, watching the different lines these guys are running. Yeah, Weatherford really liking to be way up outside.
Yeah, just trying to not pinch the thing down there, you know.
Looks like everybody else arguing over real estate down on the line.
Yeah, Fetty putting on a good race right now. Matty Clark was he was a force to be reckoned with in the 500 earlier this evening, but right now he's sitting there in the top 3. He's got to be happy with his run so far.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I just consider finishing to be a victory.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's one thing to just do it when you're by yourself, but when you got all these guys, you know. When you're a kid, you just want one person to play with. These guys, it seems like a small number now with 9 only running, but there's still 9 guys out there, so any error can occur at any time. So being able to race with all your friends, these guys in the ERA Racing League putting on a really good show, and they're There may not be a huge amount of cars, but there's a lot of quality action going on right now. And you can see the 8 and the 31 putting on a race for us on our screen.
Yep, swapping positions. Looks like going to try to swap back as the 31 plants it on the line while the 8 running the high line. Not really, one not really faster than the other right now. Kind of trading off times. Looks like 8 has the position now.
Yeah, Weatherford, our Indy 500 winner, and a pull away from the 31 cars. He gets a little free there off of 4. But Fetty putting some pressure on Diekman right now as we got maybe a little battle for the lead brewing up.
Yep, Fetty looks like he's peeking to the inside. Maybe see if he can set a run up.
Maybe looking to make a move, diving down on the bottom of 3 and 4. Diekman looks to show him the lane there, but shuts the door as they come through 3 and 4. 82 laps completed this time by. And Kevin Fetty looking pretty sporty once again.
Yeah, it looks like that bobble a couple laps ago really kind of put a hurting on the 31 cars. He's falling a little bit farther back. Fetty looking to the inside again, not... Oh, wow. Diekman washing up going into the turn. Gathers it back up, so...
So far, no change, but definitely some pressure being applied here by the 94 machine of Fetty.
Yep, sometimes all you need to do is put the bumper in the mirror and just wait patiently. Guy in front of you get nervous and make a mistake.
And you can see the line difference here as we look back from the 41 machine of John Diekman. Arc it right down and get to the bottom. You see Weatherford, he's about to groove up from these guys, so not really gaining a whole lot, but at the same time not losing.
It looks like Weatherford going to maybe throw his hat in the ring for this, argue over who's running first.
Yeah, he's slowly but surely working that 8 car down to the bottom of the track, and when he does that, man, he really pulls up hard onto the 94.
See the 94 taking the high line.
See how it pans out. They're coming off of 4 here. Pretty smooth exit for both cars.
But yeah, all this jockeying for position, letting Diekman pull away a little bit.
Yeah, slowly but surely he's built up about a half a second gap, so he's not, way far away still in the screen. But just trying to find a lane. Everybody can't really do much with these cars setup-wise, so Weatherford's searching his way around. But it's not as concrete as the Indy 500 was at the Brickyard earlier this morning. It's a little bit of searching here for these guys. They're not super pertinent on having to be in the draft, so these guys can kind of have the freedom if they have the speed. And right now, somebody running 0.2 faster than your leaders is that 81 machine. So he's running 28.7s, or he did run a 28.7. I was actually looking at the best lap, but he's running lap times very comparable to the guys up front. So that top front group, all in the draft, they're running 30.5s and 4s, and the 81 car in the 6s. Everybody else kind of dropping back a little bit. Fast lap though for Mike Donahue in the 70 last time by. So all these guys kind of staying together and putting on a pretty good show. But right now, your racing is for the top 3. That's where all the action's at.
Yep, and it looks like Fetty may be hunting for a line. Couple laps he'll suck up to the bumper of Diekman, and then he tries something else the next lap and he'll fall back down and get caught by Weatherford.
Yeah, and we have 10 laps to go until our first stage break. These guys have 32 laps on their tires, so the top 2 cars are running low on fuel and grip, And then you got somebody with about 6 laps less in Weatherford. So he's in kind of a backwards position compared to how he was earlier. He was always the car who kind of had some left in the tank. He would pit early, but pitting much later this time around. Definitely a different strategy this time with the automatic cautions.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much pit strategy play out. There's that last caution, but I think a lot of that might have been cars on pit road hunting for repairs. So right now, everybody kind of in the same playbook. And I'm sure when the stage break happens, they're gonna see everybody down pit road again, because like we've said, tires definitely a premium here.
See the lane searching one more time. They're really starting to slide in this thing. We'll go on board right now with Diekman as he comes down the back straight. We'll see how much wheel input he actually has on this thing. Nice and smooth as he comes through 3 and 4, really pedaling it, not forcing the issue too much. Doing that, the 94 car is just sitting there in his draft, gonna pull up on him a little bit as he come down into turn 1. Coming for lap 93, so 7 to go, Chris, until we have a break here for stage 1. Caution's gonna fly. These guys are gonna be wanting some tires. Looks like Donahue's on pit road. Might have had some kind of incident. A lot of smoke coming out of that 70 machine, so not sure what happened. No caution flew, though. Maybe sustained damage earlier, so he could be coming in to fix that. He might have finally blown up after he hit the wall pretty hard from an earlier incident. Right now, these guys clicking it off, trying to make their way to stage 1.
Yeah, it looks like the top 3 spreading out a little bit, not all over each other like we've seen previous few laps, so might be just a matter of time here. Just ride out the next 6 laps and go get yourself 4 Mr. Feelgoods.
Absolutely. As we see the above view, the blimp view seems to be a really good view to check out what's going on and get these guys all on one screen. But you see these guys still working their way on the bottom. The 8 car trying to creep up in the middle groove here, not all the way up top, but not on the bottom either. Just trying to find out what he can do to make his car go a little bit faster. Like the 94 car is going to follow the 41 as they come down onto the bottom of 3 and 4 again. So just kind of conserving. They know the break's coming, 4 laps to go, Chris. You want to just be able to keep the thing under you and gear it up and make sure they're ready to rock and roll. Come down, have a nice clean pit stop, and continue on with this one as they'll have 300 more laps to go.
Yeah, the stage racing, you know, kind of newish to the sport, but definitely changing the strategy up from the traditional method. So we got guaranteed breaks that we can work around. And we got about 3 laps left. You know, these guys are just looking forward to being able to come down pit road, replace the tires, fill it back up, grab a drink of water. I know everybody in this race just has to be right there on the threshold of worn out, just dehydrated maybe. Hopefully everybody got a bathroom break in between the races. But yeah, we've been running pretty hard now for 98 laps.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. We're already an hour and 40 minutes into this stream. We've only been racing for about an hour or so, though. So, but I mean, pile that on to about the 3 hours we did earlier. These guys have been wheeling a lot all day and practicing prior. So they had a 45-minute session prior to this one. We joined them with about a half hour left. So still wheeling it, coming around, going to get the white flag here for the stage, then come around and get that green and white flag as well. Might just show up as a yellow. But right now, 99 laps completed. We're going to come around to that quarter century mark. We're going to be at 25% done with this one, Chris. And a lot has happened in 100 laps.
Yeah, we're looking at the speed charts here. We're down to 9 cars still running. So a lot of attrition there in the first chunk of this race.
Yeah, a lot of fast cars coming out of that one. And we're going to come around. Caution's going to fly. Where you're going to get grouped up and try to figure out what's going on. And here it comes. Caution flags out. While these guys get all gathered up, we'll go to a quick commercial break, and then we'll break down what these guys are going to do to make their cars a little faster and get some fresh hoops.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like we'll say in racing, or in this case even sim racing? While on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart, Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even cart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
Shout out to Abruzzi. Really appreciate those guys putting this Coca-Cola 600 on for the ERA Racing League. Everybody making their way down pit road with this one. Stage number 1 just sealing up. We're at 101 laps right now. Everybody coming down for 4 brand new tires and fuel. We got 6 cars on the lead lap for this one. A lot of guys coming down to freshen up and get their cars ready to rock and roll. Looks like Diekman is going to make his way out front in this one. Weatherford's going to gain a spot, though, or 2. He was actually in 3rd, so he's up a spot on that one. Fetty going to drop back. So everybody pretty much running about the same time through pit lane there. Weatherford with the best stop down pit road, about a half a second faster from top to bottom than the 1st and 3rd place runners. But a couple guys still down there making some improvements and repairing some damage as we have a break in this one.
Yeah, and this is a perfect time to take that opportunity, you know. A lot of drivers holding on to that fast repair just in case, you know. Like we said earlier, hopefully you don't need it, but yeah, while you got the time under caution, you know, get the pit crew working.
It looks like the pace lights are still on. Seems like Justin Brown's going to come down pit road. He's a lap down right now. Going to get that wave around just yet. It still seems like the pace lights are on, so going to have a second here for Justin Brown to make his way down. Let's see if we can get a word in with John Diekman. Hey, John, this is DJ and Chris up in the booth. Dude, you're looking really good right now. Led a good chunk of the race so far after not taking tires in that first pit stop. How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling like we're back at Indy. You know, the car's really strong. It, you know, it feels a lot better in clean air than it does behind zone. So that's what's key right now, is staying up front.
Yeah, track position definitely huge here. I saw you had a little bit of damage on the right front of that thing, but it wasn't slowing you down when you were out in front of Kevin Fetty there and the 8 car of Toby Weatherford. Looking really sporty, and we just want to wish you good luck for the rest of this one.
Yeah, it's nothing but a scratch, man. We're doing good over here in the 41 Ford, and thank you for all those who are watching right now. Hopefully we're having a good show.
Yeah, you guys definitely putting on a great show, especially up front. You top 3 cars duking it out and jockeying for position all race long. We look forward to seeing a bunch more of that. But with the pace car lights maybe making their way off, we're going to let you go, and we'll talk to you later tonight.
Sounds good. Thank you.
That was your current leader, the 41 machine of John Diekman. Chris, you know, air is a thing with these things, not as detrimental as it is for an IndyCar. But, I mean, all the seat time and experience these guys are getting today, you got to think that that helps them, you know, with this car here tonight as they're doubling up.
Right, and don't know if you noticed, it sounded like he was a little out of breath, like maybe this is it's kind of a rough workout he's getting here.
Yeah, he's certainly putting some sim time in. Gonna have to maybe take a break here tomorrow for this Memorial Day weekend and relax a little bit. But you know, you see a lot of these beautiful American flag paint schemes going around. But yeah, he's working hard, and it's paying off for him right now as he sits on the top spot.
Yep, I know how I'm feeling after 50 laps in a street stock. I can't imagine, 500 miles in an Indy car and now already a quarter of the way through this race. If he can feel his arms at this point, I'd be surprised.
Absolutely, they'll probably know if they're not already, like you said. But 6 cars on the lead lap for this one, and Chris, don't be intimidated by that. A lot of the times people don't realize it, and they want to see all these huge fields. But when I go out and go to the racetrack and I see 10 cars or only 15 cars, I'm racing around pretty much the same people, week in and week out. So there's no really big difference there. And like we saw earlier, from top to bottom, we've seen the 31, who's all the way back in 5th, all the way back in quotes. But he's had some passes for the lead on the 41 machine all night tonight. So these guys all pretty much the same speed. And then you got the 81 machine a lap down. He's going to try to make a lap back, and he showed a lot of speed trying to keep up with the 57 of Wall. But right now, 2x2 from second on back. Weatherford keeping that number 8 machine up front. Evan Fetty keeping that 94 car up there. And the 31 makes the pass on Shiro. A little loose, though, as he hits the apron. Going to gather it back up. A little scary, huh?
Very badly.
So a little bit wicked there right now. The 41 of Diekman back out to what he was doing earlier.
I can't count the number of times I've made that exact mistake.
Yeah, man, it's tough, especially on these new tires. Like I said, we had that stage break. We're 5 laps in. Everybody's got 5 laps under caution. The 41, a little free battle for the lead right now.
It's like he had it across the line that time, but Weatherford definitely making his presence known. He's going to get the position going into 1.
Yeah, keeping it on the bottom, touches it, washes up in front of the 41 car as they come out of turn 2. 41 looking to make a run here down the back straightaway. All this jockeying for position going on. The 94 car and the 34 of Ryan Shiro looking to make a peek into this one. 3-car battle looking to ensue here. A lot of looseness there for the 41. He gets some air, a little pass in the grass. Keeps it together. Shiro gonna
drop a couple positions.
Yeah, only losing 2 is a lot better than going around, man. Oh, loose for the 94 off of 2.
Doesn't touch anything, getting back up on the track. That was impressive.
Everybody getting excited for this one, and right now, with all that going on in 1 lap, we have our Indy 500 winner leading his first couple laps of the evening. Ryan Shiro, who fell back earlier in this one, all the way up to second. So good run for him right now. And the 81 car coming to get his lap back under green makes a pass on the 41. He's currently making some pretty good laps. He's running about 0.3 quicker than the guy in third. But Weatherford laying down a really good lap time last time around.
Yeah, the 81 of Brown there, we saw him in the early stages of this race just kind of running away with John Wall on the 57. So definitely he's got this setup figured out. It looks like the pit crew really been busting their tails to put that car back together since he was avoiding using the fast repairs. So he can probably get his lap back here under green.
We'll see what happens on his end if he can make that work. But right now, big lead for the 8 car. He comes around for lap number 110. He has that lead on Shiro there in the 34. You can see almost a half a corner all the way back to him. Then Fetty is much farther back. Big battle right now, though, as the 31 and the 41 trying to work their way around him. 3-car battle for third. Side by side behind him. Like
the 41 maybe had a little trouble a couple laps ago as he was down in the grass through the tri-oval again.
He was our previous leader, so we definitely know that Diekman has that track figured out. Got himself a new set of tires and just lost a little grip, so we'll see him try to catch up to these guys. Loses a little ground there through 1 and 2, but the 31 machine trying to make something happen on the 94, going down into 3 and 4 on the bottom's gonna get the position. 94 gonna tuck in. Betty, very knowledgeable racer as we've seen him all day long. Having himself a very good run one more time, sitting in top 5 all day today for the Indy 500. So awesome to see him one more time up in front. Right now, a 1.5 gap back to second place. Oh, Diekman looks like he was around, and he destroys the car. He
might
plants
have
that
gotten the
thing.
wall coming off it too. Yeah, that was crazy.
We'll go to the top view here as the yellow's gonna fly. Little bit loose, and he kind of nicks off the wall, hits it with the left rear. Oh, he hits the inside where the wall cuts out and got caught there, so he's gonna have to fast repair that thing and use it up. Only 113 laps into this one.
Yeah, just one of those kind of freak accidents where something that looks simple and you can catch it turns into you hit the wrong part of the wall at the wrong time at the wrong speed, just destroys that race car.
Yeah, man, these guys are they're on the ragged edge from top to bottom of the field, and they're gonna come down pit road this time. But yeah, you saw it, how close these guys were. Diekman trying to get some repairs done, been there for a long time. Not sure how much damage he's gonna have to do, but he definitely gonna have to use that quick repair.
Yeah, pit lane getting busy again, and as we've seen throughout pretty much the whole course of this race, everybody pretty much sticking to the same strategy, getting tires and gas at the same time, so nobody really benefiting, I guess.
One car right here that I can see benefiting, who's gonna get his lap back. That 81 car, Chris.
Yeah, that'll put him it's like tail end of the lead lap, so now he's got his work cut out for him, but at the same time, I think he's got to be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling good. There's so much racing left to go for this one, as cars are starting to peel off pit road. Weatherford going to lead these guys off pit road, so pretty clean stops for everybody. As you can see, we've had 8 lead changes so far, 6 cautions in the start of this one, 287 laps to go. Track's starting to cool down a little bit. Air temps at 73. Track's only at 75, so look for it to be a little bit tighter. Looks like the 70 car making his way around. He spent a long time on pit road, about 14 minutes, 15 minutes. So getting that thing repaired, he made his way back out. And fresh as he could. Looks like I saw a bunch of smoke last time. So we'll see where he ends up. But right now, 6 cars on your lead lap. In 5th spot right now with 13 laps on his tires. He's going to come in and get 4 fresh ones. Look out for Justin Brown on this next restart.
Yeah, he was really coming up through the field the last green flag run we had, so I kind of anticipate the same thing happening. We have been watching the battle for the lead play out between Weatherford and Clark and Diekman. Now we're going to end up with Brown putting his nose in there and see if he can get through traffic.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it a little bit cleaner than Jonathan Wall. Unfortunately, Wall was just flying through the field and got into the currently 3rd place car, but he was in 2nd during the incident of Ryan Shiro, just minding his own on the bottom, and newer tires and a little bit faster car in the 57 kind of crept up on him, didn't really give him a whole lot of room to make anything happen, got into him, turned him, and a lot of cars getting some damage from that.
Yeah, we were talking about the track really kind of getting very narrow there coming out of 4, and it's really easy to upset these cars, get them into the wall, and then when you get a wreck in front of the field like that, it's almost inevitable you're going to get other cars joining in.
And this track is pretty narrow. We saw some really good saves so far today, though, off of 2. They don't have that grass on the inside, so, we've seen Betty get loose a couple times. We saw the 41 of Diekman get loose a few times as well. Ripping that car around, trying to catch back up. He's currently 2 laps down. So he used his quick repair. That's kind of all he's got. Talking it was a little bit of a scratch earlier, so he's going to have some time to make up. We're 115 laps into this one, Chris. We know we're going to have a caution at lap 200. So as long as he kind of keeps up with this field as they double up here, he's going to have at least one of those laps back. Going to hope for a caution within the next 270 laps or so. And if we get one, he'll be back on the lead lap.
Right, looks like the light's off on the pace truck, so we're going to be coming to green this time around. But yeah, like you were saying, that stage break, the last guaranteed caution. So we haven't seen any green flag pit stops by anybody in the lead. So that might end up happening here before the end of the race. So we're kind of running out of cars to have cautions with, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say, these top 3 or 4 cars, they're going to be the ones duking it out, and they've made the least amount of mistakes so far. So if that's the case, then it's definitely going to be a strategy game, as there's not going to be a whole lot of room to make cautions here.
Yep, and we got the stage break a little bit over 80 laps away, so they're definitely going to have to pit at least once before we get there.
Yeah, just everybody coming down for tires this time. So yeah, 40 laps or so. Be about the 160 lap mark. That'll make them get there, but we'll go inboard right now with a Ryan Shiro 34 car.
Green's out. Green flag.
And they're going to take off. He's going to get himself a good start and have Matty Clark right to his outside.
Yeah, great start there by Weatherford. The whole inside line kind of going there before the outside could catch up.
Matty Clark sitting pretty right now in third. And here comes the 81 car.
Yep, getting around Fetty there going into turn 3. Oh, the 34
oh,
there.
Bouncing off the wall there, both of these cars. Looked like the 34 on the apron, the 31 hitting the wall trying to avoid after he lifts, so he sustained some damage. 81's going to make his way by. But Fetty making his way by the 31 as they go down the back straightaway. And then you got the lap car of John Diekman in the 41 trying to make his way around in that lap back under green. Passes him with no issue. Looks like the 31's going to come down and get that car fixed up under green. Make sure he doesn't speed on pit road or slide his tires there, but green flag's still out. Big lead right now for our winner of the 500, Toby Weatherford. Looking pretty sporty right now as he comes around the track, but a battle for second is happening. Justin Brown works his way into the second spot after being 2 laps down. Got that car all fixed up, and now he's going to set his sights on the 8 car of Toby Weatherford.
Yeah, Brown pretty much back to where he was before his incident. So car seems to be performing about as well as it was. So he's just really kind of collapsed in the field now, setting sail, heading for the 8 of Weatherford.
Looks like another car is going to retire this evening. The 75 of Michael Martino is going to call it quits. He's currently in the 8th spot, but he's going to drop back to probably about 9th. So we have 8 cars in the running for this one. 5 on the lead lap as the 31 came down pit road, but he's back out and flying on some new tires. Right now you can see this gap as Brown is about 2.1 seconds back, and he's running about 3/10 off of the pace of the 8 car. So right now Weatherford really looking good right now, staying out of trouble pretty much all day. I know we were giving him some hassle riding that high line, but it hasn't seemed to hurt him at all as he's taking a few laps around here, sealed off on the bottom. So he's doing pretty good and has himself a pretty good lead.
Yeah, I've been watching him this run. He still looks like he's getting into the corner pretty high, kind of arcing it down there as he comes off. So definitely an interesting line to take, but it seems to be working for him.
And no complaints out of that 8 camp right now. Brings that car down again to the bottom of the racetrack, coming around to lap 124. No pressure from the back with a lead that's growing. A little bit faster lap there for Brown. 10th faster than your leader.
Well, we were talking to Diekman there before the caution, and he seemed to think his car would do pretty good in fresh air. So maybe same is true aboard the 8 car Weatherford. Get that car out by itself and it can really perform.
Absolutely, same thing like you were talking about. Unfortunately, 2 laps down for this 41 car, and you can see he's not really rolling. He's running about the same lap times as these guys, maybe a couple tenths quicker, but you know, he's making himself, trying to catch back up. A little bit of a handicap he put himself under, but you got to be racing a little bit more careful as your fast repair is used up.
Yeah, he's been kind of plagued with just simple mistakes that that add up very quickly all day today. You know, the miscalculation on fuel in the Indy 500 earlier today, and now just a little loose coming off a 2 sent the car into the wall and left him kind of behind the 8 ball tonight.
Absolutely, some rough luck, and unfortunately, Chris, that's racing, man. It's the highest of highs and the lowest of lows can happen within a lap, within a race, and within a day if you're doing 1,100 miles. So, you know, definitely putting a lot of experience under his belt there, so it's awesome to see. But somebody I want to highlight on is this 17 car of Todd Shiro. Didn't make an appearance for the 500, so he only is running the Coke 600 right now. He's the only car besides Justin Brown that is running this race that hasn't run the Indy 500. So the 81 and the 17 both really fresh, and right now a top 5 run sitting on the lead lap. Really good run right now for the 17 car.
And the interval there between first and second, kind of holding it about a second and a third. So the 81 Justin Brown not making a whole lot of ground. Weatherford seems to be diving into his line.
And that was what I was saying earlier. If he doesn't have the speed and he runs out of room, he could definitely you know, keep that in his back pocket if he hasn't used that fast repair. But if in the case where we're about 50 laps to go and there's an option to pit, he might have to use it and get those extra couple tenths. You know, hitting the wall or hitting the car of the 57 can certainly cause some damage, and he may not have been able to repair everything. I know it says you may not have any damage left when you're sitting on pit road, but certainly things can get bent on these cars, and they're not 100% until you use that fast repair or a reset if you're in practice. But during the race, your only option is a fast repair. So, you know, he didn't use it yet to my knowledge, so he's keeping that one in the bank to save for later. So if he's not all the way up front, it's not super concerning, but you know, right now he's got it down to about 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, it looks like they came up on the lap car. Mike Donahue cut into Weatherford's lead a little bit, allowed Brown to catch up. Now getting a little bit of draft going down the backstretch.
You can see that 0.6 of a second gap is shrinking down to about a half a second.
Yeah, we've been talking about aero, not as important at Charlotte as it would be at a place like Daytona or Talladega, but definitely still these cars punch a huge hole in the air. So if you can get sucked up behind one, we see that lead now down to just 1/4 of a second. He's right there.
Yeah, these guys are really going to have a little show here for us here as we come around to 133 laps completed. We have a battle right now for the top spot as Justin Brown works his way up on the 8 of Weatherford through turns 1 and 2, right in the tire tracks of the 8. A little bit of different lines here as we've seen earlier. We'll see if we can check it out from this view here. The top view, a little wider entry there for the 81, stays up higher a little bit longer, and he doesn't get all the way to the bottom like the 8 car did, but not slowing him down much, especially with the draft able to come into play there. Yeah, these guys go through 1 and 2. Both cars look like the 8 took the line away from the 81 there as they come through 1 and 2.
Yeah, looks like Weatherford trying to make that car as wide as he possibly can. You know, not entering the corner as high as we've seen him before, but pinning it down onto the white line as he comes out.
And looks like the 81 trying to find his way around, looking to the top side here for the lead. Go on board right now with the 81 car and see what he sees for this one. Looking to pass him on the bottom. Gonna take that inside line away.
He's got it. He's got the position.
Look for the crossover by the 8 though. Looking to move to the inside. He's going to have to give way. He is there at the door. They're door to door for the lead down into turn 1.
Yeah, Weatherford having to stick to a lower line than he's used to, but definitely making Brown earn that position.
He's not letting him slip away. But a good lap last time around for the 81 machine. Now with the 8 car able to play his role in the draft, we'll see if he can make anything happen this time around.
It's like the 81 pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, putting a little bit of gap between those guys. See the 41 machine trying to work his way back up, still 2 laps down. Like the 70 car on pit road again, trying to fix that machine still. He's currently sitting in the 8th position, your last car running in this one. Looks like he may call it quits right there. Going to be 7 cars running in this one. And in 7th is your previous leader in the 41 car. 2 laps down from this one. Matty Clark had to come in after hitting the wall. He got himself 4 fresh tires and repaired that machine. So he's out here trying to catch back up as well, which is going to delay the 41 from coming back. But maybe put up a fight with that 8 and 81 cars. But the Shiro's 4th and 5th, Chris. Certainly got a pretty good race going on for those guys sitting in the top 5. Can't be mad about that.
No, well, like I said earlier, it's just finishing these races. I would call a victory no matter what position you get. So I think you said the 17 and the 81, the only drivers that didn't join us for the Indy 500. So the rest of this field going to be, you got to think, pretty worn out.
Yeah, these guys are definitely putting some miles on their bodies in this one. So, these things are a handful to drive, all the way around the track. So, Justin Brown making it show. He came back from a couple laps down, and that's awesome to see that. Evan Fetty got himself a top 3 spot going on right now. He hung around in the 500 earlier today in about, 7th, 8th, 9th. And he started 15th, and I think he ended up 4th, so 3rd or 4th. So he had himself an awesome run in his Abruzzi Indy car, but now bringing that Abruzzi 94 machine back and taking a helicopter ride over to Charlotte, putting on a really good showing for himself and those guys. But while we have a quick second here, we're almost at the halfway point. We have about 10 laps until we get to green flag stops. Let's go for a quick side-by-side and a commercial break.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like we'll say in racing, or in this case even sim racing? While on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart, Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even cart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
Back to action, looking like the 8 car getting a pass from Fetty, who we were just talking about. A little bit of a mistake made.
And we were just talking about getting close to this middle segment, so tires might be going away. We might end up seeing some green flag pit stops.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. These guys are about 30 laps into their run right now. So these top 3 cars pulling away quite a bit. Justin Brown in that 81 looking pretty spiffy. The top 3 cars in the last Darlington race were looking pretty spiffy until they had some rain fall down. So unfortunately, some odd strategy paid out for Denny Hamlin, if anybody paid attention to that race on Wednesday. Chris, what'd you think about the little incident between Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott?
Well, I'm actually going to kind of put the blame on Fox there a little bit. There was a lot of uncensored stuff slipped through that probably shouldn't have. I understand Kyle's position. That was just kind of wrong place, wrong time, as we saw earlier in this race with Jonathan Wall and Ryan Shiro just kind of getting together coming out of 4. But yeah, man, heartbreaker for Chase there, especially with his caution being the end of the race. So kind of getting cost a top 5 finishing position for just a bonehead mistake.
Yeah, in that situation, Kyle just got smoked through 3 and 4, and Chase came around in another half a lap. I'm pretty sure Chase would have got around Hamlin, but kind of mirror driving a little bit and coming down. He wanted to get in front of Harvick, because if he didn't, the train was coming, and I'm sure those guys were made aware that the rain was coming as well. So, definitely a difficult position for Kyle. Mistakes do happen, you know what I mean? These cars are so difficult to drive, and they've been out of them for quite a while, and obviously they all have talent, but we saw, the 6-time champ go around leading the race, and a bunch of other cars earlier in the week in the first race at Darlington. So we're in a weird situation of circumstances, but you got to give it to him for kind of owning it right as it happened. Obviously you're going to feel bad about it, but there's nothing you can do, other than gear up and try to make sure just for the next couple races you kind of give Chase a little bit of a break and still race him hard. But obviously it was a mistake and you didn't do it on purpose. But you want him to know that you're sorry for what you did, and you're looking to not make that happen or same mistake again. And it's going to save Kyle Busch and Chase in the long run. I know those guys talk to each other, and I've seen some NBC articles about it. So they say they're good, which is definitely a possibility. It was just a mistake, and that's all it was,
Right, and props to Kyle Busch for owning up to it. I'm definitely not somebody who would identify as a Kyle Busch fan, but he seems to be kind of maturing, and I'm gradually earning some respect from him. I was a Dale Earnhardt fan when he was around, and Tony Stewart fan after that, so I can definitely appreciate Kyle's unique interview style.
Yeah, and it's totally strange because you can't really read the emotion on their faces when they're wearing those masks. Crazy mask that we saw was the 11 car with that kind of creepy looking smile that he had on the front of that thing.
Oh, DJ, looks like we might have our first green flag pit stop taker.
Yep, looks like Shiro came down, so he's already working his way and getting some tires put on that thing. He's going to pull off at the same time. Weatherford's going to come down. We'll see what kind of difference in time. These guys in the lead are running 30.7s. Right now, Justin Brown and Kevin Fetty are really close. This is the closest Fetty's been to the front. He's about a half second back. So we'll see.
Looks like he's going to give it up, pull down pit road.
Yeah, he's going to give that up. Right now, Todd Shiro, who we talked about earlier, he's going to pick up second spot if he comes by these guys here pretty soon. But
looks like Brown tires might have been going away, and he was backing up to the field. John Diekman there, he's about to get his lap back the hard way.
Yeah, he's trying to earn that one back and maybe bring it around. But all these guys pitted at the same time, so I don't know how much he can push it. This is one of those deals where the laps where you don't come down after the short pit, you're going to lose out on time. Right now running 30.9s for these two cars that are out here, but we'll see who is making laps now. Right now, I'm not sure what happened, but I don't see the 8 car on track. So a little different, difficult situation there. And they had an issue go on that we didn't see. But right now, he may have disconnected in this one, Chris.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what happened there. He had a great run going.
As we're working our way through, 4 cars out of the 6 have not pitted yet. These guys pushing the limits. 155 laps completed.
Yeah, and Brown just looks like he's stretching his tires as far as he can go. As we're past halfway in this stage. Got 45 laps till the next scheduled caution.
Yeah, so looking to probably stretch it out one more time. These guys who have just pitted, it's a possibility, 45 laps or so to make it last. He probably just wants to run as hard and as long as he can to get the most fuel he can for the pit stop. Right now, he's going to have John Diekman right behind him, trying to get his lap back the hard way. Like you mentioned, he's going to make that move. Currently up to 6th spot. Yeah, crazy. So we're not going to have the same winner. Unfortunately, Toby Weatherford is out of this one and disconnected.
Yeah, heartbreaker for him. And bring this down to a cars pretty well spread around the racetrack. Only 6 left running. And I believe we saw earlier during the Indy 500, if you don't short pit, you're kind of forcing your hand to stretch it out as far as you can.
Yeah, these guys are probably going to race their way to the 200 lap mark, but on the lap sheets right now, almost 2 seconds faster than the leaders is Kevin Fetty and Ryan Shiro. So both these cars running 29.2s, while we have our leader at 31 seconds. So huge difference right now for as many laps as they're putting on. They're coming around to 43 and 44 laps on their tires right now. Shiro in the 17, he's at 31 O's, and Justin Brown's at 30.98, so he's right there at the top end of the spectrum as far as lap times go, and Matty Clark as well. So 3rd through 6th, all 1 lap down. Todd Shiro about 15 seconds back. Justin Brown still putting him on him, even though the 41 got his lap back. He was 2 down. So the fight right now is going to be for the first car on the lead lap to get it back, unless the 81 car pits, which should be happening here pretty soon. 45 laps on his stuff right now.
Right. The worst thing to happen right now would be a caution to come out. So we got, 2/3 of this field a lap down.
Right now, we'll see how he's handling it. But Brown just sitting in the draft of the 41 car. Like he's going to make his way down.
That should cycle back around.
Currently, right now, your new leader will be the 17 unless he makes the decision to come down. He doesn't. So Todd Shiro, after he gets by, here he goes. He's didn't lead a lap yet. He'll come down and possibly lead a lap. But right now, Justin Brown, Kevin Fetty looks to make his lap up. So the rotation's working its way through. But these guys are going to be at a pretty big disadvantage here in this one unless they can come out guns blazing. They're going to have about 39 laps until stage 2 happens. So if they can come out and not fall too far behind, they'll be okay. But right now, 48 laps on the tires of the 41 car. So I'm not sure what his game plan is, but he's going to have to come down pit road here very shortly. Look at the speed difference here, Chris, as Fetty has 8 laps on his tires, blows by him, running at 29.5. He's a 1.5 seconds faster than the 41.
Well, that's what he's running on old tires. I don't want to talk about what my laps were. Yeah.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
200 laps on their cars. They're definitely, getting the practice in here.
Yeah, we can definitely see the difference between new tires and old tires. So the field cycling through kind of spread out. Nobody really having having traffic they got to work through, so it's all going to be pretty much qualifying laps as long as your car will hold up.
And right now, you see Ryan Shiro. He's sitting there in third. He pitted first and foremost out of all this. He's 2 laps newer than these guys, but the 81 car already back out. So he's sitting in fourth after, you know, all that went on. He's 8.9 seconds back. That's the difference in times for short pitting. I'm curious to see if these guys are going to be able to make it. But right now, not sure what happened. Maybe running out of gas here for the 17 car.
Yeah, you know, I hadn't really thought through that as an option, but yeah, I guess if you're gonna stretch it as far as you can, maybe trying to hit your fuel window instead of your tire window.
Yeah, he definitely hit it. Looks like 50 laps is gonna be the distance, so hopefully he can roll that 17 machine down, as he's pretty much out of fuel.
Yeah, looks like not quite up to pit road speed, so he's gonna lose a lot of time on pit road.
But definitely learned something. Not sure if any of these guys are paying attention, but 50 laps of fuel is going to be your max. Now that we know, he'll be able to make it the rest of the way. It's going to be a tough one, though, if Fetty can do it. Brown holding him off. He's down 9.8 seconds to the leader, but he has the freshest tires on the track right now in that top 3. About 10 laps longer of fuel. So they're going to come around to about 44 to go until they hit the 200 lap mark. And, you know, then we're going to be in for a little bit of a treat. 34 to go, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that looking to be maybe trying to stretch your tires and your fuel all the way to that scheduled caution.
Definitely something to play with as far as strategy goes. So not sure how much fuel the 94 has saved, but in order to go another 34 laps, that put him at about 48 laps. So Chiro pitting 2 laps prior, he might be close to out of fuel, and you got to make it down pit road. So maybe he'll have to come down for a short pit and get some fuel and try to stay on the lead lap, being that he's only 5 seconds back. So as long as he's not letting the 94 slip away too much, he may be good.
Right, now would be when you got your crew chief in your ear yelling at you, don't use up any gas. We got to make it the rest of the way.
Absolutely. Diekman out here trying to come out and get his lap back, but he's going to be 2 laps down along with the 31. These guys both fighting for position here. So this is 4th and 5th spot as they both made their way around. Looks like Shiro lost 3 laps on that. So unfortunately, he was sitting there up leading. Now he's sitting the last car running 3 laps down.
Yep, sometimes you roll the dice and it doesn't quite work out. He pushed it just a little too far.
Yep, and running those slower lap times for that extended amount of time, about 20 laps longer, or 15 laps longer than Fetty and Shiro in the 34 car. Those guys were gaining about 1.5 seconds per lap, so that's what kind of put them back. And then having to roll down pit road, not at the maximum speed, hurt them as well. It was about 1:21 hitting pit road, so almost a whole lap. When everybody else spent about 38 to 40 seconds, he was double that. So lost a lap on pit road and added up with speed.
It looks like the 81 of Brown and the 34 of Shiro gradually starting to reel in the 94 car. The 3 cars there, the 81, the 34, and it looks like the 17 kind of working together there, maybe getting a little bit of a slipstream going.
Yeah, trying to figure something out. Right now, about a 5.7 second gap, or a 5 second gap from Fetty to Brown. So Brown going to do the same thing that Diekman was doing earlier in the Indy 500, brought to you by Abruzzi. He's going to try to catch up again, but he's going to have 28 laps to do it as they're coming around here, and he's running about 0.5 seconds faster than your leader that time by.
Yeah, and that like we said, that'll be the difference between Brown being one of the last people through that pit cycle and Fetty being towards the beginning. So Brown fresher tires. Fetty tried running away as far as he could, seeing how much of a lead he could put on the rest of the field.
But definitely a strategy game as they come up to the 200 lap mark. There's going to be plenty of time for Brown to work his way up, but you know, Fetty might have learned something there. If he tries to do this, if you're thinking this is like 374, this is definitely a strategy that can pay out. If the 81 of Brown gets the lead and stays, you know, way up front, he can try to short pit and keep the thing under him. But with 6 cars, man, they could have the possibility of a 200 lap run with no cautions after the second stage is over.
Right, that'll really play into who has the best pit strategy, who's got the best, I guess, conservation of materials. Got to keep your tires and your gas under you. If there's no guaranteed cautions, you're going to have to figure out how to make your green flag pit stops work.
Yeah, definitely. Strategy going to come into play huge there. But 6 cars on the track right now. Like the 17 of Shiro is going to work his way by Ryan Shiro in the 34 car. You guys duking it out, trying to get one of those laps back. Todd in the 17, he's 3 laps down. Got Matty Clark, he's 2 laps down. 41 car sitting in 4th spot, he's 2 laps down as well. Showing some signs of life there. He's running about 2/10 faster than Brown, and Brown's 2/10 faster than the leader. So that just shows the speed on the 41. He's more than likely going to get one of those laps back in about 24 laps as long as everything goes right for him. But after that, if there's no caution, he may be in trouble. Then you got the 34 car just ahead of him. It's not for position. He is gaining on him, but he's still 2 laps down like we mentioned. 34 car in 3rd. You got Justin Brown. He's sitting pretty in the 2nd spot, trying to break that lead down to 2.2 seconds on your race leader, Kevin Fetty, and that's your rundown of the entire field.
Yeah, Brown really making those fresher tires work. It's like he might be able to pull Fetty in by the end of the stage. We'll find out here in about 22 laps, looks like.
Yeah, there's definitely enough time. He's 3/10 faster than him, and you can't see it on this view right now, but there he is coming down off of turn 4, the 81 car. Got that lead down to about 1.6 seconds, looking about 5 laps for the 81 to be on the bumper of the 94 car.
Yeah, and at that point, we'll find out how much Fetty is saved on this set of tires, whether or not he's going to be able to make that car hard to pass or keep his line.
Yeah, it's really difficult here. This early in the race, I mean, I know we're 180 laps in, Chris, but I'm not too worried, especially with the caution going to come out in about 20 laps. So I would just, you know, give way, tuck in, save a little bit of fuel, especially being on 8-lap older tires. So Justin Brown stayed out a very long time. He's got 19 laps on his tires and 27 laps on the tires of the current leader. So a lot fresher tires, a lot more fuel. Curious to see if the 94 is going to be able to make it, since we know that the 17 ran out of fuel 50 laps into his run.
Right, we know that caution flag is going to kind of reset everybody's pit strategy. Really kind of the tale of 2 races tonight. We're getting 2 lap 200 and then after lap 200, see what happens.
Absolutely. Let's see. The 81 car, we're jumping on board. You can see the 94 working his way all the way to the top side of the track and then coming back down. That lead down to about 0.85. Time around, he's a half a second faster, so he's definitely eating them up. It's going to be about 1 or 2 laps and he'll be on that bumper. And especially when he gets into the slipstream there, Chris, he's going to be catching them even faster.
Yep, we saw that earlier. Brown really kind of making the draft work for him. As soon as he gets a sniff of the air coming off the car in front of him, he is sucked into that bumper.
Here's the view out of the mirror of that 94 machine. He sees the 81 now, that black shadow in his mirror. They're coming around 17 laps until halfway and the final stage break. Here's the biggest action on the track right now.
Brown looking to the outside, maybe just seeing where Fetty's running.
Yeah, definitely wanting to scope this thing out, see what happens. Right now, down to 0.2 of a second. So he is there. He's going to follow this 94 car through. Going to come down off the bottom of turns 1 and 2 here. Try to get a run down the back straightaway. We'll see if he makes a move going down into turn 3.
Looks to the outside again. Maybe just kind of arcing it through, protecting the tires for a run here.
He's kept those tires nice and cool. Gained, made his way back from a 5-second gap. So a huge gap for the 81 to make up. He's been 2 laps down, worked his way all the way from the back. He's up into the top 2 and looking to make something happen here and lead us to the yellow flag on lap 200.
All right, we can see Fetty really protecting the bottom line. You know, got worn out tires, can't quite get the entry into the corner that he's looking for, but once he gets it down on the bottom, he's not giving it up.
Yeah, and Fetty has 33 laps on his tire, so you know what that means, about 17 or so laps left of fuel, and we have 14 to go. So if he pushes it even harder here with Brown right on the back bumper, maybe look for a little sputter in action coming out of the 94 as we have our halfway break. But here comes the 17 to cause a little chaos in the middle of this battle for the lead.
Yeah, Todd Shiro there playing the spoiler, trying to get his lap back. Much fresher tires than either of the first or second place cars.
Yeah, only about 20 laps on the tires of that car. See the leaders trying to let him by while still racing hard here. He's going to get by them both. But the pressure's not going to go away for the 94. He's going to have somebody to draft onto, so it's going to be a little different not having that fresh air for a couple laps here, especially with the 81 on his bumper.
Right, not something we're used to seeing where the lap cars are faster than the leaders.
And definitely a weird set of circumstances here with the smaller amount of cars here and the pit strategy coming into play. It's been a long time since a caution has flown.
Yep, looking like we might just be waiting for the stage break. I don't see anybody willingly bringing out a caution now.
Yeah, nobody's wanting to do that. The 81 car, you see all the rubber buildup on that ZL1 Camaro. He's trying to get his way around the 94. Creeping his way up behind these guys. You see the 41 sneaking his way up. He's trying to get a lap back under green. If he can make this happen, Chris, he could be on the lead lap within the next 10 laps. So this could be absolutely huge for the 41 car to make his way up and possibly pass these guys as they're slowing each other down, duking it out for the lead.
Yeah, we've seen him strong early in the race, just kind of got himself into a bad spot, getting loose off a 2 and hitting the wall, so this might be redemption for him.
And it could be a long series of pit stops and strategies to get that 41 car back up. So I know with the pass for the lead happening down the back straightaway, going to try to work his way up on the 94. I know the 81's not going to make it easy for him to catch him with the speed that he's putting out. But what do you say, Chris? It took about 27 laps for the 81 car to make his way back up into the lead after giving it up there to Fetty for short pitting.
The 81 car there, he has been fast the whole race, so kind of concerned it took him as long to get around the 94 as it did, unless he was just not trying to push the issue, not trying to get into him, cause a caution or anything, or maybe his tires kind of equaling out there, and Fetty, really protecting the bottom, not giving him the faster way around the track, having to make him work on the outside.
Yeah, definitely looked like he was putting up a little bit of a fight, but at the same time, he's got 31 laps on his tires, so that car possibly not handling in the most ideal predicament, so you may have to consider pitting a little bit earlier that time. Pushing up on the track, though, is the 94. He keeps it off the wall. 7 laps till the halfway break. The 41 now setting his sights on the leader, trying to get that lap back. If he can make it happen, he's going to be one happy camper, getting 2 laps back in this one. But we'll see. Lap times are right on par with the 81.
Yep, he's running out of time quickly. We got about 6 laps to go in this segment. So if he's going to get that lap back, he needs to do it now.
Absolutely, you can hear the tires squealing on the 41 as he's digging around. He has the freshest tires in this top 4. He's got 3 lap fresher tires than our current leader, and he runs just about the same lap time, maybe about a tenth slower, so he's not gaining a whole lot, and the 81 has nothing but fresh air in front of him. Now, Chris, when you're in the middle of this thing, we're about halfway through here, man. I don't know, man. I'm getting a drink of water, trying to freshen up a little bit and gear up. These guys in the top 3 have been pretty much picture perfect. Not a whole lot of issues other than the 81 car, but Shiro, you know, he has his fair share. But, you know, as far as mistakes go, maybe getting loose once or twice. As far as their own doing, they haven't really caused themselves a whole lot of trouble. You know, half the field's 2 laps down, half the field's on the lead lap, so it's going to be a little bit crazy here. Not sure if they're going to get the wave around or whatever the case is, but a lot of these guys, man, 4th and 5th spot, Diekman running in 4th. He's running 30.5s. Clark, he's running 30.5s and 6s as well. So these guys all running the same lap times. Just caught up in some strategy issues, and, you know, that's what's kind of put them behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, kind of weird how the first half of this race plagued out, and you know, you wonder maybe you chalk it up to mental fatigue, because these guys, you know, most of the field at this point is we're looking at about 300 miles in this race, but they did 500 hours. They're 800 miles into this 1100.
Yeah, you know, these are the 2 guys right now on your screen, the 17 of Todd Shiro and the 81 of Justin Brown. So they're nice and fresh with only about 300 miles under their belts this evening, which is it's a lot more miles than I normally put in on a Saturday night.
Yeah, we're used to maybe a 15 to 20 mile race.
Yeah, absolutely. 10 to 15 minutes and you're out. But this guy's putting a clinic on right now. 2 laps until that automatic second stage caution is going to fly. I know these guys want some tires. 45 and 46 laps on the 94 car. So hopefully he can make it stretch for the next 2 laps. But we saw only about 50 laps is what these guys had left in the tank.
Yeah, you got to think maybe the 94 of Fetty, it's like slowing down maybe a little bit. Definitely not turning the same lap times he was when he was racing with Brown. So possibly thought better of maybe conserving a little fuel, make sure he makes it to the stage break. Yeah,
absolutely. You can see he's at about 8,400 RPMs, and Brown here not messing around, getting up to as high as 8,800. So definitely conserving. He knows that the fuel window is just about out for him. Shiro as well. He's got 48 laps on his 34 machine, so he's hoping that he makes it. But we have a caution. Not sure what for. It could be just for that stage 2 finish.
Yeah, I think that'd be the stage break. So
all right,
all that strategy and stretching and gamesmanship gonna bring us back down to everybody should probably be pitting under this caution.
Yep, and we have the 41, 31, and 17 all 2 laps down. But the 41 machine's going to get 1 of those laps back. So he didn't get a chance to get by the 81. I know they're probably sitting in Discord saying, hey, man, just give me half a lap to get in front of you here. But not going to be the case. It looks like they're all going to back her down here this evening. Coming to a stop here. Not sure what's happening.
Looks like maybe waiting for the pace truck.
Okay, a little interesting there. I haven't seen people stop for that, so a little strange. But he's going to let the pace truck go by. The 41 car is going to get himself a wave around. The top 3 guys on the speedway coming down pit road. You can see everybody else pretty much one lap down at this point. They're going to stay out. Everybody's going to be on the same set of tires. We'll see. We got 199 laps to duke this one out, Chris.
Yeah, DJ, I was about to ask. You're halfway through. What are you thinking in the car? Looking at, no guarantees from here on out. You just got to strategize as best you can.
Yeah, man. You just want to make sure that you're not giving up too much. I'm not sure who had the best strategy in that one. Definitely time being gained, but looks like Brown's trying to fix all the damage or really getting that thing full of fuel. He's the last one on pit road, so really making sure that thing's topped off. Maybe looking to make a little bit of a play here. Not much to lose. He's only going to be second row inside, so he's going to give up a couple spots on the track, but we'll see how that pans out for him. And right now we have a new fourth place runner, as looks like Clark had the wave around. Not sure what happened. I saw Diekman up there, but he's going to come down pit road and get 4 fresh hoops. Everybody here one lap down, the 41 and the 17 car. So 4 cars on the lead lap. Go to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back afterwards.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like we'll say in racing, or in this case even sim racing? While on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart, Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even cart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
All right, so we're back. Looks like stage break pit stop there, shaking up the field a little bit. Justin Brown in the 81, staying on pit road a long time and probably fixing some damage. Gonna give the lead back over to Kevin Fetty in the 94. It's like the back half of the field all taking the wave around, so we're gonna wait for them to get caught back up. Got another car going on. Not sure what's going on exactly, but so Kevin Fetty and Ryan Shiro going to bring us around to green once we get ready to go green. Looking at the scoring, looks like it'll put Matty Clark back on the lead lap. It's like Diekman possibly and Shiro might even be on the lead lap. We'll see how the scoring shakes out when we come to green. But halfway through this, it's been kind of a long marathon of a day for most of these drivers. Now DJ kind of working with a marathon day himself, calling the Indy 500 this morning, and now halfway through the Coke 600.
Yeah, this has been a crazy one so far, Chris. I think we're going to have some pitting going on.
Cars going down pit road again.
Kind of strange here. No laps on the tires, guys.
Yeah, not sure what's going on. Looks like it's like everybody's back on the lead lap, so maybe just
full field reset to get everybody racing together again, possibly.
Yeah, that could be. Possibly just topping off whatever thimbleful of gas they burned in the caution laps.
Right. I didn't even empty the fuel line.
Well, if it was a smoky Unic fuel line, definitely not.
Right. Sure, gallon.
At least.
Hang
Some
on, we're not
extended
going green.
stops there.
Hmm.
Gonna wave off the restart. Looks like Brown and Diekman both still on pit road. Looks like they're on the get as much damage repair as you can before the pace car catches up to you strategy.
Uh-huh. There he goes, making his way off of pit road. For everybody who's paying attention right now and watching us on Facebook and YouTube, really appreciate the views and hope we're entertaining you enough on this dreary day in the Midwest. These guys from all over the United States. So awesome to do that. Thanks for tuning in to the Driving DJ Network. All these guys and their families, friends, they appreciate you guys checking them out. So make sure you're sharing, following, subscribing. The whole nine. You'll get updated when we go live for broadcasts and private streams. Well, you'll see a lot of in-car stuff with me. You'll be able to talk and react straight up with me, and I'm pretty good about talking to people on stream. When you say so, Chris?
Yeah, almost to a point of distraction. And sometimes I feel like.
Yeah. As a lot of people know, I do like to talk, so it does slow me down sometimes. Stay a lot more laser focused when the green flag's out, but when you're under practice or something, there's no problem to chat with your friends as you're playing this game. But right now, get into these guys' race with the ERA Racing League Coke 600, brought to you by Abruzzi. Pace car lights are off. Maybe a single file start here, Chris.
Could be.
Only 195 to go. So right now a new leader in Ryan Shiro in the 34. He's been through the gauntlet, made his way through, and if the pace car makes its way off of pit road, it's gonna. Here we go.
Yep, starting him straight up. Everybody back on the lead lap. Everybody back on fresh tires. So Ryan Shiro gonna bring him to green.
Nice start for him. Diekman now going to be a force in this one. Betty and Brown going to have to work their way up with this one. Looks like the 17's going to move up in front of the 81. Side by side for the lead. Matty Clark putting that 31 machine all the way up into first. Diekman looking to the inside as they go down the back straightaway. A lot of racing action after this restart. 206 laps into this one. See the 41 machine making his way on the bottom. Doesn't press the issue much. Ryan Shiro going to work his way back up into second. Brown, though, putting his sights on that 41 machine.
Yep, that last round of pit stops really shaking up the field, getting everybody back on the same page. And looks like everybody's feeling kind of racy now after the break.
Yeah, these guys with a fresh set of hoops, a full tank of fuel, they're making some moves happen.
Matty Clark, man, he's running away and hiding from this. Ryan Shiro struggling to keep up a little bit.
Yeah, these guys all, with a fresh set, new mindset. First lap sled are right now 3 laps down in the books under Matty Clark's name in that 31.
Seeing names here at the top of the leaderboard that we haven't seen, so kind of erasing all the mistakes of the first half of this race. It's like Kevin Fetty maybe not faring so well after that pit stop as he was in the lead. Now he's dropping back.
Yeah, not sure what's going on with that machine, but he had himself a pretty decent lap, 29.3 when the leaders were running 29.2s, but yeah, not sure what happened. Maybe taking a hot minute for him to get back up and rolling one more time.
we got a 3-car breakaway now. Clark, Shiro, and Beekman sneaking away. Brown not quite showing the dominance he was in the first half of this race.
Yeah, with everybody on new tires and, you know, everything kind of balanced out. Looks like we got a little bit of a battle here for second. Side by side, coming through the dog leg down into turn 1. They're going to hit that bump going down into 1. Looks like the 34 is going to give way. John Diekman, after being 2 laps down about 10 to 15 laps ago, who's that 41 paint job of a old school World War II airplane, up into second spot.
Yep, and you know he's hungry for a win after
Oh!
Through the infield. A 34 Ryan Shiro just kind of stuck down there.
Crazy. Sorry to interrupt you there, Chris, but looks like he was in the wake and just getting a little free there off the very late edge of the corner. The thing just hooks and thought about pit road, got a little bit of air time, but gathered it back up, so he's already back up and running. Going to fall down to the tail end of the line here, back in 6th. Everybody makes their way by with no issues. But looks like we have a pass for the lead.
I'll put Beekman up front. I was just saying, retribution for the disastrous finish to the Indy race this morning. So this is right where he wants to be.
Yeah, definitely sitting pretty here. 213 laps to go. Brown following him as they work their way up this one, but Matty Clark with an awesome run. He had an unfortunate run in the Indy 500 earlier today, so he's got himself a top 2 going right now. Definitely a respectable run going for that 31 machine.
All right, but all that chaos on the front stretch has led Justin Brown to get caught up. He's looking to get around Clark.
Yeah, you see the 41 getting into the wall a little bit there as he entered into turn 3. So a little bit of scraping going on, trading some paint with the old Charlotte Motor Speedway. Gonna come around for another lap. 215 laps completed.
BJ, we still have a long way to go in this race, so you know the racer and everybody I think wants to get up and lead this thing, but at the same time, you know, without any guaranteed cautions, you kind of gotta think through. All right, how far do I want to push it? Do I want to short pit this time?
Yeah, definitely something to toy around with, as these same 6 guys are going to be dealing with each other the rest of the way. We had 14 start, a couple guys wrecking out, blowing some engines, things like that. So right now, current leader, who was, you know, I mean, it's just a roller coaster all the way to the back, all the way to the front, started up to the back, had to use a quick repair. He spun off 2 earlier in the race at about lap 50. That was 150 laps ago, and there's still 170 to go. So definitely a big change of events the whole day long, and you know, from the bottom of the mountain to the top, it's definitely a crazy sport.
Yeah, we've seen that in a couple of the leagues that we've called here, where you got one guy kind of dominating the series. And I think in our West Coast Street Stock League had a couple drivers that, you know, seem to win every race they're in, but they get shuffled back to the back of the field, work their way back up, get shuffled back again.
Yeah, those guys in that series definitely put on some good racing on Monday and Thursday nights. Their season is actually coming to a close since they race so often. It's a relatively short one, only a couple weeks left. And like a pass though for second spot, as Justin Brown puts that 81 machine into second position. Matty Clark now have to follow him through as they come around 1 and 2.
Yep, and as popular as iRacing has been the last about 2 months, I think. Yeah, I'm kind of excited that some racetracks, especially around here, looking at possibly opening up soon, so we can get back to a real racetrack.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to that as well. I we got our race team working night and day on our stuff still, trying to make some improvements off of last year, moving some stuff around and trying to improve everything we can, freshening everything up, hitting every nook and cranny. There's no excuse right now. So first night out, you look to see a whole bunch of cars in the pits, and you know, as soon as this thing's fully over, I'm looking forward to the season to come.
Yeah, no, we got some competition tonight. Plymouth Speedway, a dirt track in our part of the country, running their first event of the season without any fans. So I was curious to see how that was going to shape up. It looks like they're doing a Facebook live feed kind of on a separate channel from us. So we're here watching the ERA Racing Series run a full-length Coca-Cola 600.
And right now it's been interesting. 222 laps right now down in the books. Guys still digging, logging laps. See the 31 all the way to the bottom there. Matty Clark. Right behind him's Kevin Fetty, made his way by Todd Shiro in that 17 machine. So Fetty running the same lap times as John Diekman there in the 41. Guys right at 30 flats right now. Justin Brown, though, is about a tenth faster than the 41 machine. He's a tenth back. Maybe a little fight for the lead here, Chris.
Yep. Like we've seen all night, he gets a little whiff of that draft, and he's right up on the car in front of him.
Started in the back, kind of healed that car up. He took a little bit of a longer pit stop. Getting all that damage fixed up. I'm not sure if the 81s even use that fast repair that they get. I know there's a 40x limit, and I can't tell where these guys are as far as that goes, but right now, looking like Justin Brown's setting his sights on the lead.
Yeah, and you mentioned the 40x incident limit. I actually caught a video, it was a picture earlier on iRacing's Instagram account of the most famous 1x off-track incident in history happened right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the famous pass in the grass.
Ah yes, of course.
The two cars featured in the next release, the 87 Monte Carlo of Dale Earnhardt, the 87 Thunderbird of Bill Elliott.
Yeah, definitely gonna be some cool looking cars, man. Which one are you gonna get? Or are you gonna get them both?
Well, you know, I'm a Chevy guy, so I gotta get the Monte Carlo, but man, that Thunderbird, it looks nice too. I might actually have to break tradition here and buy both cars in a set.
That's groundbreaking news that I've ever heard. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty crazy. A lot of cool old paint schemes. You're going to see a lot of painters putting in some work, especially as winter comes around and the real racing kind of calms down. Everybody going to kind of do their thing. You know, up until that point, it's going to be a lot of, you know, racing here, no fans here. We can go, but only 10 cars, 3 people, a bunch of weird stuff going on. But a lot of good painters on the service here that do a really good job. You're one yourself, Chris. You've painted quite a few cars.
Yeah, I date back way to the NASCAR racing days. I think I started with NASCAR Racing 2, figuring out the paint booth in there, and then really when NASCAR 2003 season came out, kind of the skeleton of iRacing, if you will. That's where I really kind of figured out how to paint these cars and how to make them look good outside of the game. So there's a little bit of a learning curve, learning how to paint them for iRacing, but I think I got that about down. Painted a couple cars for our Friday night league.
Yeah, you definitely had some cars looking pretty sporty. What cars did you paint exactly? I don't know. I know you painted a couple of them. I think you did Casey's.
Right
and...
Yeah, painted mine, obviously.
Yep.
Painted Anthony Dent, our undefeated... well, we're not doing points, but if we were doing points, I'd say point leader. Yeah, his throwback to his late model paint scheme from about a decade ago, with the yellow body and then the black nose and tail pieces. Then Casey Martin, I painted. Almost got a battle for the lead here going on while I'm rambling.
A little loose there for the 41, but 81 to the bumper again. Carry on, my friend.
Yeah, I painted Casey Martin a throwback to his dad's street stock paint scheme, and then my brother took over my ride last night, his Indiana Beverage Miller Lite paint scheme, we kind of threw together in about an hour and a half after one of his practice sessions after he decided he wanted to do this.
Absolutely, man. Keeps you busy, I'm sure. I know you do a lot of the graphic work for your company there at Goodacre Photography, taking some pictures for a few different tracks in the area. Man, you're usually 2 or 3 tracks every weekend, right?
Yeah, normally I got one track on Friday, our home track, Grundy County Speedway in Morris, Illinois, and then Saturday I kind of defy the laws of physics. I'm at Shady Hill Speedway in Madairyville, Indiana, and at the same time I'm at South Bend Speedway in South Bend, Indiana. So yeah, I definitely got a good team working for me. I'm proud of everybody that shows up to the track wearing a Goodacre Photography shirt. I think we've got the best team working for us now that we've ever had.
Awesome, man. That's so good to hear. I'm going to check those guys out there at GoodacrePhotography.com. Got a battle for the lead right now. 28 laps the distance on these guys' tires, so only about 15 laps or so, maybe 10 to 15 laps. These guys will be coming down pit road one more time. No more stages.
Sorry, DJ. It looks like Brown's starting to put some pressure on Diekman. Maybe getting sick, waiting for Diekman to make a mistake and try to make him force a mistake.
Yeah, putting the pressure on. Get a little loose there off of 2 as we go on board with Brown. And just like that, you could see that 1/10 of a second lead in one corner. Put him all the way back to about 8/10 back. So that's going to allow the 94 car to capitalize a little bit. He's running the same lap times as these guys. Matty Clark back there as well as Todd Shiro and Ryan Shiro.
Yeah, it looks like it took him a while to recover from that. About 30 laps on these tires, so you got to think their cars are getting to be a handful.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys starting to wheel them now. You just want to cruise if you're these guys. Let's go on board with the 41 and see how he goes through 1 and 2 and how easy he gets onto the gas. He was very careful last time he went in board. So let's listen in. Nice and smooth as he gets out of the throttle and back into it. Trying not to upset that car with all these laps one more time through 3 and 4.
Yeah, you got to think with no guaranteed cautions. You got to kind of be careful with how you're treating your tires. And then I'm sure with the way iRacing works, unless you got somebody in your ear, you kind of got to be your own crew chief and figure out your own pit strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are going to have to figure some stuff out. The guys in the front can just as easily kind of bear off the leader here. They're going to have a choice of either going with somebody a little bit early or pushing it out to the max. We know Fetty pushed it as pretty much hard as he can go. He's been known to short pit as we followed him all day long. But yeah, Fetty, Clark, Diekman, and Ryan Shiro, all those guys ran the Indy 500 earlier today with the ERA Racing League. You can catch any of those videos on YouTube and Facebook at the Driving DJ Network. So I'm sure when this is over one of these nights, if they feel like watching a good race, they can certainly see one that these guys are spotlighted in. This race brought to you by Abruzzi. And speaking of Abruzzi, Chris, let's go to a quick break, check out what those guys have to offer, and we'll be right back.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like we'll say in racing, or in this case even sim racing? While on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart, Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even kart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com. to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
And hearing a quick word from our sponsors there. This one brought to you by Abruzzi, as you just heard. Voiceover work from one of my good friends, so it's awesome to see that happening here. Still duking it out. Closest battle on the track right now is for the lead. Brown keeping Diekman honest. These guys have 36 laps, coming to 37 laps on their tires. So definitely going to be interesting here. Everything going on. Nobody making any mistakes, though. So we could have ourselves a green flag cycle one more time here, Chris.
Yeah, it looks like Brown, recovering from that incident he had a few laps ago, really still putting the bumper to Diekman there, making sure he's not getting away, but also at the same time, he doesn't look like he's trying to pass. Looks like he's just kind of riding around, making sure Diekman doesn't have any mirror space left.
Yeah, he's filling that mirror up quite a bit, kind of conserving. Now he got a little loose there as he got free off of 2 the last time we tried following him. I know he wants to make something happen, but looks like Diekman's going to throw a little block on him, shut the door as they come through 3 and 4. These guys coming around to pretty much their pit window. They're about to hit 39 laps. So within the next couple laps, they should be good to come in and make a stop for 4 new tires and fuel. With only 6 cars on the track right now, these guys have built up a pretty substantial lead. They're about 2 seconds ahead of third place Kevin Fetty in the 94 machine. We've got a really good view here, so I like checking this thing out. Matty Clark in the 31. He's back there about 5 seconds behind the 94, and 2 seconds behind them are the Shiro team of 34 and 17, Ryan and Todd.
Yeah, pretty spread out as far as most of the field is. So you got to think, just with a fixed setup, coming down to driving style, and you know, it's still a significant portion of this race to go. So you know, as often as I talk about on this stream about being patient in the middle of the race and just clicking off laps, you know, we have a ton of laps still to run. So
absolutely, and you see Brown not really pushing the issue a whole lot, you know, especially with all the wear on these tires. He already got loose a couple times, so you don't want to see him have that happen again. So with Diekman kind of taking the brunt of the forced air on his nose, no moves to be made, but look forward shortly for Diekman to dump down pit road, a little free off of 4 there. Gonna see if 81 of Justin Brown makes a move. Looks like he's not gonna do anything. Maybe peek to the high side, but the 41's gonna roll up. Little fight for the lead here coming out of 2.
Yeah, we've seen Diekman get down there on the turf a few times tonight. Looks like Brown gonna have the position going into 3. Diekman's still on the low side as he keeps that car planted to the white line. Brown going to get him on the high side.
He is going to make the pass completed. New change, new leader. Quick summary here. 17 lead changes so far, Chris. Absolutely insane. A lot of guys have hit the front of the field in this one. A lot of passing going on here. Great racing going on here as we transition into night. Quite a few laps ago, but 7 cautions. These guys, 2 of them being those stage, ending 100 and 200 laps. No more of that. We got 153 to go, and they're at the end of their pit window. Look for them to start coming down pit road.
Right, the Indy 500 that these guys ran earlier, only 3 cautions over the entire length of the race. I don't know if I've ever even seen that in real life.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. That one got over in a hurry, about 3.5 hours or so. But these guys have 150 laps to go, so we're going to be pushing 4 hours, maybe even 5. For these guys to be in the cockpit and making laps. So this is definitely going to be strenuous on these guys. These guys are going to sleep really well tonight.
Well, let's hope they sleep well tonight and don't pass out sitting in the seat.
Yeah, if we see that happen, we'll know definitely what the deal is with that. But yeah, these guys hanging out and doing a heck of a job, man.
You know, you got to think this is when you want your racing seat comfy, but not too comfy.
Yeah, you don't want to be passing out like you were just saying. Right now, your leader's running 30.5s. They're about 0.3 faster than the 94 car of Fetty. Out there clicking laps off, and he's 0.3 faster than Clark. And then you got the Shiros, both at 30.8s. They're about 0.2 off the leaders right now. A little bit faster than Matty Clark's last lap. Look for something to happen there, but the laps are clicking off. 46 laps on this run. These guys are all going to run out of gas in about 3 laps here, Chris.
Right, we're knocking on the door of the fuel window there.
Nobody making their way in. See if any of the Shiros... No, bouncing off the wall, though. Maybe a caution to come out. Right on board with the 34. He's still driving it. Oh, a lot of trouble. He's gathering it up.
Yeah, but I'm reminded there of, I think it was at Chicagoland several years back. I can't remember if it was Kevin Harvick or Kyle Busch, but they were spinning for about a lap before they finally either caught it or went all the way around.
Yeah, definitely a tricky situation.
I don't remember stuff as well as I used to.
Yeah, I mean, Shiro has 50 laps on his tire, so it could have been a deal where he kind of ran out of fuel. Not really sure. He's up to speed, making his way around again. So he's got that thing pushed all the way. We saw the 17 of Todd Shiro run out of gas at 50 laps. So they're at the limit right now. I'm curious to see what the deal is. Maybe coming down that second time before we went to green really packed these things full, but I don't know, man. Definitely interesting. 253 laps down. They've been at it since lap 200, so this is going to get a little action packed here.
Yep, and the lap times I'm looking at, they're not far off of the fastest laps they've run, so maybe conserving a little bit, but not going crazy with it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see. I mean, 2 seconds. It's a little bit of a stint there. I would short pit at this point if I'm that close. You know, I'd kind of make something happen. And you know, Fetty's been our guy to short pit for most of the day here. But I would rather short pit or pit on time compared to running out of fuel. Man, these guys are really pushing the limits. And it looks like they're going to make their way down 50 laps on their tires. Oh! Diekman! I might get into Fetty! Oh, really close there. Saves it.
Yeah, you were just saying, tires worn out. Going to be a little trickier getting onto pit road.
Wow, that was a really good save there. Fetty had to be, you know, gripping that wheel extra tight. But Brown going to push the issue again. The envelope is being pushed. He's going to stay out and run those slower lap times. Staying out still, man, that's crazy. He runs out. It's just time lost, in my opinion. You want to be out as fast as you can within a lap, I would say. But the longer he stays out, the more time he loses. He's running 30.7s. These guys are going to come out blasting 29-second laps.
Right, but we saw this strategy kind of work out earlier in the race where if you stick out long enough, you put the rest of the field a lap down, you can kind of hit whenever you want to.
Right, but with 52 laps, like, he doesn't have that option, you know what I mean? It's like he's going to run out of fuel. He can try to, but it's enough to where it slows him down but not get a huge advantage. You know, the 94 and the 41 are a lap down right now, so 4 cars on the lead lap. Those 2 pitted prior to everybody. So look for those guys to come out and kind of blaze through this place as they're already back up to speed. A little bit slower of a stop for the 41 after going around, but he gets his car fixed up. And they're running 28.9, so they're I'm sorry. I keep looking at the best lap. I'm going to move that out of the way. They're coming around this time by. The leader's last lap was a 30.9, so stick that in your mind. And we'll see what these guys do. We're on board right now with the 41 of Diekman. And a 29.7 and a 29.8 are with the cars who just pitted are running. So these guys are, you know, a second faster than the leader and almost 2 seconds faster than second and third. So they're really getting with it right now. And, you know, that's time lost. I'm pretty curious as to how much longer the 81 and 31 and 17 are going to stay out. as well. 57 laps on the 34 car.
Yeah, this is definitely some fuel mileage going on. I'm curious because we saw the 17 run out earlier in the race. Looks like our leader's going to pull off onto pit road this time around.
Gonna make that stop down. We'll see how he turns out. 3 cars left to pit.
It looks like they're not going to come down this time.
Looks like the 94.
94?
He's gonna jump on to the lead lap from that one.
Yeah.
Ekman looks like he's 2 laps down. What you think happened there?
I'm not sure. He might be
Whoa!
repairing
Looks like he's backed into the wall there. Let's see if we get a replay of this.
No caution though, so he's losing a lot of time on pit road. So kind of bad end
that
of the
fast
Indy
repair.
500.
Yeah, he got loose, man. Those fresh tires didn't. Oh, he clipped the end of pit wall. And man, that was a bad one for him. Holy cow, he's gonna have a lot of repair time for that one. Unfortunately for John Diekman, just loose, man. Those fresh tires only I don't even know. He only had like 2 or 3 laps on those tires, so not a whole lot. Yeah, unfortunately, just got free, man.
Yep, looks like Clark in the 31 going to pull off and come down pit road this time. So that leaves Shiro out there in the lead.
Yep, and then Todd Shiro in the lead. Ryan Shiro making his way by now. He's going to be put into second. Ryan Shiro has 61 laps on those tires right now.
Man, they are just kind of making liars out of us. You know, we thought maybe 30 to 40 lap tire window, 50 lap pit window, but these guys are stretching it as far as they can.
Yeah, definitely probably conserving after Shiro found out that he can run 50 laps and run out of fuel in the 17. Looks like he's pushing the issue to try to run, you know, even more. So I don't know how far he's going to go, but he's going to go until he can't anymore. The 81's going to fly by, running, you know, almost 2 seconds faster than him there, with no question about it. So that's the disadvantage you're at. All the time that the 81's spending right now blowing by these guys is all time lost because he already stopped. So, you know, he's on the lead lap now. So if a caution comes out, he can pit again for tires. Right now, Diekman's still repairing. He's going another lap down. Matty Clark's a lap down after pitting. But these 5 cars right now are making their way around, and I think it just turned into about a 5-car race with Diekman suffering some serious damage and still repairing on pit road.
Yeah, it's going to be going up against NASCAR's repair clock, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen with that one. We can throw up the entire field here. I can almost get rid of this graphic on the top and just use this top 5, because right now we only have 5 cars running, and you can see how they're doing.
Todd Shiro still out front. He's I think NASCAR may be collecting that car for R&D.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got like a hybrid in that thing or what the case is. But 61 laps and 64 laps on these Shiro cars. The 17 currently your leader with a 17-second gap on the 34 car, who we saw go through the infield, do a little weed whacking for us there on the infield.
Taking a look here, looks like Brown in the 81 about a 1.5 seconds faster than Shiro. So Shiro's got to think, you know, he's definitely losing time. Is the car sputtering maybe?
Which
looks
one?
like he's gonna, the 17 of Shiro gonna pull off and come down pit road this time.
He missed it. Oh no! And he's out of fuel. This is terrible. 31's a little loose up 4. He saves it. Here's your leader right here. All of 70 miles an hour. Not sure what he's going to do, but he's sputtering pretty bad in that 17.
Wow, that changed the complexion of this race in a hurry.
Absolutely. And Fetty is coming, man. We'll go to our blimp view and look for that bright yellow Abruzzi sponsored 94 machine to make his way by. Looks like the 17 is going to have enough fuel, but he's getting just ran over. That's going to be a huge time loss for the 17 car. 63 laps. I'd be impressed to see if he can go much more than that.
So yeah, gonna try to make this pit stop as fast as he possibly can after he gave up pretty much a lap, missing the end of pit road there, and then
more than
struggling
that,
to get going.
Here's your battle for the lead, though. Kevin Fetty and Justin Brown. Fetty on about 5 lap older tires and about 8/10 slower a lap. Brown is just on a tear right now, just eating up the 94. So he's going to try to make his way around. We have 270 laps, 130 to go. 94 pushes up. There's your pass for the lead. Short and sweet as they come through turns 1 and 2. That's going to leave the 94 in second spot. Matty Clark out here putting some laps in. He's 13 seconds behind the leader there. So time's ticking for him. And then you got Ryan Shiro and Todd Shiro. Those guys back out on a new set of tires. Those guys are on the freshest sets on the top 5. And unfortunately, it looks like the 41 car, they got their back bumper repaired on that thing. He's still going to try to make some time up as he's 11 laps down, still fixing that 41.
Yeah, I don't know. This one might not be as easy to recover as the last time, as we're down to about 130 laps left.
Yeah, he put on a heck of a race, and man, he gave it his all day long. Just unfortunately not his day. You know, we feel for him, man. He worked with us really good. He's a great guy to work with there, and John Diekman. So unfortunately for him, doesn't look like he's going to get it done as the laps are ticking off right now. I know we still have, you know, over 100 laps to go, but now 14 laps down, it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, kind of the reset that we did at halfway there, putting everybody back on the lead lap. I don't foresee that happening again. So 15 laps down and just falling as he still sits on pit road.
Yeah, and Fetty, you know, only, you know, he's 0.2 a lap slower than the 81. This is the closest he's been, you know, to these guys at speed. These guys about 5 laps difference, but you know, the fastest car on the track with 5 lap newer tires. It looks like this lead's only going to expand.
Right, the Shiros kind of stretching that tire and fuel run out didn't really work out for them. They're both stuck a lap down, and I got a hard time seeing any cautions coming out of this.
Yeah, unless, you know, endurance is going to play the factor in that one, Chris. You know, these guys, you know, we're 3.5 hours into this deal, so they've been in the seat, you know, for 20 minutes longer than that, and they've been racing for about 3 hours. So, you know, that's definitely wearing on them. Guys slowly dropping out of this one as the laps go on. So, it's tough, man. It's tough. We had a couple cars, you know, make it, you know, quite a few laps, and then some not so much. So this is definitely a battle of attrition, and right now Justin Brown is showing that he can hang with the best of them.
Right, we've seen so many years the topic of conversation going into the Coke 600 is that extra 100 miles of racing, what it does to the equipment, what it does to the drivers. And then throw on top of that, we still have a significant portion of this field ran 500 miles before they started this race.
Absolutely. You know, Kevin Fetty, one of them, he had himself an awesome run in the Indy 500 earlier. Matty Clark, he ended up getting wrecked out, but he's certainly putting the miles in right now with the top 3. And then Ryan Shiro and John Diekman currently still in the show. So those two guys both put on quite a battle. But right now it's all the 81 of Justin Brown, Kevin Fetty, trying to keep him in his sights. losing a little bit of ground there, back to about 3/4 of a second. And yeah, that's going to be it.
DJ, just looking at the laps here, we got about 120 to go. Looking like going to be at least probably 2 to 3 more stops.
Yeah, and we see Ryan Shiro made his way down pit road. Not sure what the case is for him. Back, see if there's anything we can find out from him, but
looks like kind of an extended stop. Maybe he got up into the wall.
Yeah, we're checking the replay right now. He was behind the 31 car of Matty Clark. Watching him go through 1 and 2. Dips that left side down a little bit on the apron. Ricochets off the outside wall. Stuffs it on the inside, man. Oh, man. Rough end for him. And just destroys that car. So he's maybe used his fast repair up. Not sure what he's got left in the tank over there. But certainly not what you want to see so far into this one. He's 5 laps down already. So that's another one off the track. Those guys are repairing their vehicles. Brown right now showing the way. He's running pretty much mirrored lap times. The 94 has a win in his sight if he can catch that 81 car. Those tires pretty much equalizing. And we're about halfway through this run, Chris. We're closing in on about 300 laps, man.
Yeah, you know what? Like we've been talking about all day, their endurance of these drivers, that they've got to be getting tired. Their arms, if they can still feel them, got to be sore. You know, mentally not quite what they were when they were fresh this morning.
Yeah, absolutely not. Especially, man, Kevin Fetty just putting a show on, and Ryan and all these guys. This is just insane. The feat that these guys are trying to accomplish. This is a battle against yourself more so than the other drivers. But you know, to be within a second after 282 laps, this is our race for the lead right now. So. You know, that Abruzzi number 94 car and Kevin Fetty keeping that 81 car honest. You know, these guys duking it out still, and it's really impressive this far into this run.
All right, thinking back through history, I want to say the only name I'm coming up with is Tony Stewart as far as being able to finish all 1,100 miles. The year he attempted it, I was really pulling for him to win, but I think he kind of settled for just finishing on the lead lap in both races.
Yeah, which is a milestone in itself, you know.
And we got Fetty on course to be in that same group.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Right now, Ryan Shiro, he's still on pit road, as well as the 41 car of John Diekman. So Todd Shiro, he's a lap down, but he's sitting in 4th spot. And then your top 3 all on the lead lap right now. So right now, you can see your top 2 cars about a half a lap ahead. They're about 14 seconds ahead of that 3rd place position, Matty Clark. But putting on a clinic right now, Justin Brown and Kevin Fetty.
Yeah, at this point, DJ, you know, I'm thinking we still got a while to go in this race. Maybe not try to win it, but definitely try to keep your rhythm, try to keep hitting your marks, not lose focus.
Yeah, this is definitely the grueling part of the race where you want to keep your eyes and ears and everything all you know, locked in together. And you know, you're going 180 miles an hour here. Your eyes have seen a whole lot of track for the last 4 hours or so. So keeping it together and keeping everything under you, it's going to be definitely a good task for these guys to do. They got about 115 laps to go to do it. These guys about 30 laps in, 25 laps in, so they're about halfway into their window. And while we see what's going on in the front, let's go to a quick commercial break one more time as we're under green. We'll be back right after this.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like we'll say in racing, or in this case even sim racing, while on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart? Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even kart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
And back to it, Chris. Justin Brown still making his way around here. 30 laps on that set of tires. Oldest set of tires on the track right now. 35 laps in that 94 car. And he's fallen off quite a bit. 2.2 seconds behind Brown. He was keeping it at about a second. Slowly losing ground for him, though. And the 31 car as well is losing a little bit of ground. Right now, still the fastest car on the track is your leader. About a tenth of a second faster than second. And then you got Todd Shiro making his way around, only one lap down, so he's going to try to work that 17 back on the lead lap. And he's throwing up some competitive times. He just can't have a mistake like he did earlier, slipping on pit road.
Right, I'm a little concerned. He's making good time, but I don't know if he's got enough time in this run. You know, he stretched it farther than anybody else did, so maybe, but at this point, you know, getting to the leader, just going to get his lap back.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it as he's mirroring the times of the 81 machine. So, going to be tough for him. Going to hope for a caution from one of these four cars that are on the track right now. Hopefully not one being him. So, crazy. Still 5th and 6th place. Ryan Shiro and John Diekman, those guys 8 minutes and 17 minutes on pit road, trying to get something together, but it doesn't look like much is going to happen out of them. Right now, it's all Justin Brown and Kevin Fetty for this one.
Yeah, Brown kind of running off into the sunset. Fetty now just about 3 seconds back, so starting to lose sight of the 81 car.
Yeah, let's go on board with the 31 car here. Matty Clark, he's trying to work his way to a nice top 3 run he's got going on, but he still has over 100 laps to go. So it's been a long one in this one, and it's going to be even longer as we carry on. We're going to have plenty more pit stops. These guys have already made 10 pit stops so far this evening. So by the end of this one, they're going to have a lot of experience from top to bottom here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yep, good thing the iRacing pit crews don't get tired, because they've had a workout tonight too.
Yeah, they'd definitely be wore out, and luckily it's a pretty decent night, even around the Midwest area that we're in. A lot of these guys from all different parts of the country. Pretty decent weather. The weather's starting to turn around, so with all this stuff going on, it's a little bit of refreshing to be able to get outside and do some housework or work on the race car with the garage door open and not stuck in with this cold weather that we've been forced to face the last few months.
Yeah, had a bit of a rainstorm pass through earlier, but I'll take that over having to shovel the snow before I could mow the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. We had an issue with we wanted to rake up the leaves, but the leaves fell and it snowed about 6 inches in the same day. So we had to sit with some leaves on our yard for most of that one. Most of the winter, but we got it all fixed up. The yard's looking a little more spiffy, and with all this rain we've been getting, the grass is growing right back. So good for the outside people who like to spend their time out and enjoy the fresh air. And we're all hoping to do that on these real racetracks as we check in virtually with these guys at the ERA Racing League. These guys are putting on a heck of a show here tonight. Just an accomplishment, for yourself, Chris. 4 cars left out of this one, 10. Not gonna, finish this one, to the fullest extent that these guys are at as of right now. Like we've seen in 98 laps, we started with 6 and went down to 4 here running on the racetrack. So who's to say what the next 100 laps are going to bring us?
Yep, indeed, because I'd say I'm pretty confident we're done getting cautions. At this point, anything would be a single car incident, and those have seemed to clean themselves up fairly quickly. Haven't had any serious incidents since there was a whole lot of people on the track.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a caution. We've seen the 41 go around a couple times and not catch a caution break on his end. Looks like he's going to roll out after spending 20 minutes on pit road. John Diekman looking to make up 40 laps just to get some experience, a little more exposure for those guys in the ERA Racing League. He's not giving up. Definitely props to him in that 41 machine. So he's going to try to maybe capitalize on something. There's over 40 laps left in this one, so you never know what can happen. From people making mistakes, mental errors. He's had himself about 20 minutes to cool off, so this break can certainly help him.
Yep, if with this being a virtual service here, he's more than able to get up out of the car, run to the bathroom, grab something to eat, come back a little more mentally refreshed to finish off the last 100.
We get a yellow there. That was Ryan Shiro, who came back out on the track, hit the wall, and kind of locked him up and spun out. So, gonna throw a little wrench in this one. Everybody's gonna come down pit road, being right at the tail end of their window, about 45 laps on their stuff. So, one more chance to kind of refresh as we hit a kind of like a stage caution again on lap 300.
Yeah, I wonder if that was maybe one of those phantom debris cautions. Hey, here's a good excuse.
Yeah, no, I did see the 34 hit the wall and take it around, lock him up. So, unfortunately for Shiro, he's going to be back on pit road trying to repair that car. But possibility here for Todd Shiro to get a lap back. So that 17 machine's going to be able to come back, and you can see right now it's all about Justin Brown and Kevin Fetty. You guys have put on a heck of a show. And they're not done yet. Under 100 laps to go in this one, Chris.
Yep, and looks like the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, or 3rd, 4th, and 6th place cars kind of struggling to catch up to the pace truck.
Yeah, these guys were quite a bit ahead, but you could see the 31 making his way back, and everybody else looks like the 31's going to make his way down pit road, and your leaders as well. So we'll zoom out a little bit and see who's all making it here.
Yep, top 3 all on the lead lap, all on pit road. So, yeah, all the planning and strategizing you were doing in that run there, all kind of out the window. Everybody's going to be on the same fuel and the same tires again.
Yep, and that's something you can't really rely on, but you can definitely take advantage of. So, right now looks like Todd Shiro's going to get the wave around, so he'll be back on the lead lap. So he tried and pushed the issue, but he gets that wave around, and he'll be able to grab 4 tires and be on the tail end of this lead lap. So your top 4 cars will be there, and it's going to be a pretty good showing for these top 4 cars. We'll see what they can do with it as we're just under 100 laps to go in this one.
Yep, so doing the math here, gonna put on my Larry Mack hat. We got at least one more pit stop. We've seen the 17 car, Todd Shiro, stretch it farther than anybody else in this race, but I don't think he can stretch it the full 90, looks like 96 and a half laps we got left right now.
Yep, and he still hasn't come down pit road. So, it's going to be curious to see what he can do if he short pits at 350 or 340 or 345, that'd be it. He'd have to gain that speed that he gets after this 30-lap run to get there, but that's certainly a possibility. We've seen it get done.
Yep, looks like he's gonna duck down pit road this time around, so get reset on his car. Looks like the 41 of Diekman gonna get a wave round as he's right behind the pace truck, so that'll put him, I believe, 38 laps down when we get ready to go green.
Yep. Still,
So yeah, tough break for him. He kind of got the short end of the stick in both races today after being in a position to win early on.
yeah, led 75 laps tonight, which was it's a substantial amount. It's a great run for him. Just unfortunately, those new tires really kind of biting him. You know, he's a great driver as we've seen all day long on older tires. Really good at conserving his stuff once he gets to that point. But it's just getting to those longer laps when he can capitalize on other drivers and really keep it under him on those worn hoops. Just some issues there as he's, you know, just a different driving style. As you're going a second faster, it's just a totally different animal, you know?
Right, and we've seen across several of our streams, any cars on the new tire model, takes a couple laps to get the tires up to temperature to where they're going to react, I guess, how you would expect them to. So gotta kind of be patient, but in that first couple laps, you really don't want to be patient.
Right. Yeah, that's the one time where you have so many, you know, so much grip, and you want to, you know, go as hard as you possibly can. So it's a double-edged sword, trying to get the most out of it, but it's the most riskiest, high risk, high reward situation. So after about 5 or 10 laps, the thing kind of balances out, and it gets a lot more consistent. Doesn't have those strange, you know, grip physics where it'll hook a lot better than you think, and you're used to the tire sliding, so then you hit the apron, you get a little loose. We've seen that happen to Shiro and Mike Donahue and some other guys that are no longer running with us right now, but the 41's going to get a wave around, and we're going to have 4 cars now on the lead lap. So it's going to be Justin Brown and Kevin Fetty, all these guys on new tires and full of fuel.
Yep, lights out on the iRacing.com pace truck, so we're going to be going green this time around. See what kind of a run Justin Brown can get coming to green, if he puts any distance on the 94 of Kevin Fetty, or if Kevin Fetty going to catch Brown sleeping and maybe get a good run.
Happens this time. Pace truck's going to make that left-hand turn. Like the 41 of John Diekman's going to catch up to these guys, so he'll be right on the tail end of this group. Spiro's still on. Here we go.
Green's out. Green flag. Green flag.
Coming slow to the restart zone, but Brown gonna jump and have the position. Looks like the 31 of Clark gonna get under the 94.
Yeah, looking to make a move on those fresh tires. Clark looking really good on fresh tires last time we did them, so we'll see if he has anything for that 81 machine as they come down the back straightaway, down into turns 3 and 4. Clark looks like he's lining up that 81 to maybe make a move.
Yep, this is the best chance he's had all night.
A little bit loose there off of 4. You hear him lifting off the gas. See if he can capitalize on that right now. Their top 4 lined up in this one. Brown taking off to about a half a second lead.
Whoa! 31 of Clark. A little loose off of turn 4, catches the end of pit wall there.
We'll take a replay look at this one. Just loose right there. You see him overzealous clipping. He did the same thing that the 41 car did. But just in a bad spot there.
Like we were talking, you know, it takes a couple laps for these tires to really get up to snuff, and maybe Clark pushing a little bit harder than the car was ready to.
Yeah, saw a taste of the lead. And once you see that carrot, man, it's so hard to keep these things under you. He had something to chase after, but unfortunately, gonna have to that thing back up. I'm not thinking it's gonna handle the same way. The arrow's definitely messed up, and that is a thing here. Just like the Indy cars, maybe not as much, but 5 seconds off the pace and not rolling as fast as he wants to.
That's gonna leave Justin Brown in the 81 a huge lead over the second place car of 94 Kevin Fetty.
Guys, right now about 2 seconds apart, and looks like we might have had an engine expire on the 17 machine.
Yep, I heard a noise there. Didn't
Pop,
see what it was, but that's
no caution as of right now. Man,
no, he's gonna get it pulled down on pit road.
311 laps, and looks like he's blown an engine on that 17 car. Rough go, sitting in the top 4. Totally disappointing end for the 17 car. I don't think he's going to be able to get this thing back out unless he has a fast repair. But at this point, Chris, who would you think has one left?
Yeah, I don't know. Everybody's been involved with something tonight. So I know that gremlin got me a couple weeks ago in a race I was in. Had an early race incident. Pretty much came home, and then about 2 laps shy of the checkered flag, the engine finally gave up on me.
So he's going to sit on pit road. Looks like the smoke has gone away. He's got 4 fresh tires. So he might have had that one fast repair sitting in the bank with 75 to go. So possibly looking to come back out and stay ahead of the 41 of John Diekman, as he's almost about ready to make a pass here, Chris. We could see a pass for position to make him up into the top 5.
Yep, Ryan Shearer, the 34 car, is still sitting on pit road. He's about 10 minutes into his pit stop. But yeah, it's they're about even on laps right now. So Diekman, persistence paying off. Maybe going to get himself a top 5 just kind of based on attrition.
Absolutely. And this race, once again, $35 to the winner and a sweet pair of Abruzzi racing gloves. So we really appreciate those guys jumping on board with us, Chris. 315 laps down. Let's take a quick word from our sponsor here, and we'll be back right after this one.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like we'll say in racing, or in this case even sim racing, while on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart? Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even cart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
And we're back. Looks like both Shiros out of this one. Todd and Ryan in the 17 and 34 respectively. Both those guys, Chris, unfortunately, engine expiring on the 74 or on the 17, not going to make it happen. The 34 car did the best he could, was on pit road for about 11 minutes, so not able to make it happen. Like we have the 31 car of Matt Clark maybe going a lap down here after sustaining that wreck. You could see the leader in the mirror of the 31.
Right. I don't think he went down pit road after having that incident, so he's been kind of limping around a crippled race car.
Yep, just making his way around here and, losing ground at a pretty rapid pace. You can see the leaders right there coming up behind him. there's your top 3 on the track. Coming to lap 320.
But you know who this works out in favor of is the 41 car, John Diekman, 39 laps down, but he's going to get around both Shiros, so he's going to have a top 4.
Absolutely for him. Persistence, working hard, sticking with it. You know, he's been here all night long, so it's great to see him still reaching out. A lot of things can happen, man. We see some mental errors from a few guys. Clark, you know, he's about 10 miles an hour, so he's a good almost second off the pace of his counterparts in first and second. So Fetty came down, and car looks pretty fresh. Maybe did a fast repair and used it up, not sure. But the 81 car just a little tenth of a second slower than the 94. So the time has come. These guys got about 18 laps on their tires. So they're coming up on that 31 machine of Matty Clark. Go on board, little gearbox view out of the back end of the 31 car. As you can see, the leaders are coming about a second a lap faster. It doesn't even seem like the 31 is even lifting. He's just got so much damage. He's kind of holding it down around the track.
Yeah, and you got to think, DJ, with got 4 cars left running, probably not going to see another caution. At least I wouldn't count on one. So he's going to kind of be behind the 8 ball as far as getting that car repaired. You know, not going to get a wave around if we don't have a caution.
Yeah, definitely not sure he has to worry about getting passed for position at this point in time. If something were to happen, you know, maybe Diekman can squeak his way into the top 3. But right now, Matty Clark trying to hang on with everything he's got. Currently sitting in the top 3, just going a lap down under green. Justin Brown and Kevin Fetty running pretty much mirrored lap times. That 1.7 second gap has not grown or shrunk within the last 20 laps. These guys have about 20, 25 laps, or maybe even 40 laps if you're the 17 of Todd Shiro, left on their pit window. But, yeah, right now, closing in on the laps here, Chris. 75 to go this next time by.
Right, just thinking, the 31 car there, not sure what all he broke in that encounter with the end of pit wall, but you know, not sure how much longer that car gonna last running on damaged equipment. We saw the 17 car expire early. I was telling a story about my motor blowing up, so again, let's see if he can bring that car home in however many pieces are left of it.
Yeah, he might have already used his fast repair. Honestly, I don't remember. We're about to hit 4 hours on this event here for these guys. So, you know, endurance and attrition obviously playing a factor here. It's the second place car of Kevin Fetty's going to work his way around that 31 machine. But yeah, he's about 0.6 of a second off. The lead though slowly shrinking down about 1.6 seconds. It was 1.8 a couple laps ago in this one, so sticking kind of right with him now. We could have a it's been close all race long. 326 laps into this one, Chris.
Yeah, the tires might be going away there a little bit. Maybe Brown pushing a little harder at the beginning of this run than Fetty. So it's a little bit over a second and a half right now, so yeah, with 70 so laps going still in this race, you know, we got another pit stop, so probably not going to be a caution pit stop. Probably going to have to strategize your green flag pit stop. So we'll see just how long they're going to stretch it.
Yeah, for as close as these guys are, you know, strategy may play a factor. You know, there's a chance as we're coming up on 70 or so to go that. No, I don't know if Fetty short pits, does he have enough to stay ahead of Brown? If he stays out longer like Brown has, Brown's been pushing the issue the last couple pit stops under green. We've gotten lucky with those cautions coming out kind of right in the midst of those runs. So definitely something to keep in mind. These guys are going to have to figure out a way around each other. Right now, Brown is the faster car, but that lead is not growing at all. So the 94 car of Kevin Fetty sticking right with him. Definitely a strong run for Fetty. He's dialed in a lot of laps, and he only has 70 laps to go in this one, and he might have to sit down and have a little water after this race, Chris.
Yeah, we saw him short pitting in the Indy 500. Maybe that strategy going to come back in, get your fresh tires before Brown, so you can put some time on him. But you know, with 2 cars left on the lead lap here, you got to think if Fetty comes down to pit, Brown's going to be right after him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to not stay out. I mean, he's gonna, unless he has a really big run. Like he was stuck where he was at the end of his run and had to come in. But you know, if Fetty tries to make a move and then you know, pits early, I don't know, man. I want to be out as much as you can in the case that you can kind of gain some time. But these guys are so even. He's got the advantage to be behind him, I guess, because the 94 can react to what the 81 does. So he can push it and literally go as long as the 81 does. He's been known to do that as the race has gone on. So something to keep in your mind there. But if Fetty wants to get creative and pit early, he's just got to make sure that he has the speed, which he does. He just needs to get that track position. It's so tough. You know, but he's losing a little bit of ground now, down to almost a 2-second gap, as Brown was 0.2 quicker. It's just hard to out-strategize somebody when they have so much time to work their way back up.
Right. Normally, when we see pit strategy coming into play, there's a couple dozen cars still on the track to have to work around. So right now, this is kind of come down to a match race and battle of wits rather than a battle of cars.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, pretty identical times once again to the previous lap. So that lead's slowly growing, about 0.2 of a second. And these guys are 30 laps down on their tires. So as the laps go on, it looks like Brown's the stronger car on the longer runs. But yeah, just about 1/10 of a second faster one more time. Like a little issue for the 41 car. Not sure what happened to him. Gonna bring it down pit road though.
Wonder if maybe he was reaching the end of his window.
Yeah, what does he have here? I don't know now. He had about 35 laps on his tires, so I did see he got a little bit of an off-track penalty, so he might have gotten a little loose on the bottom end of this one. So he's down and getting some repairs. Let's check out, see if he gets some tires. Looks like he's going to try to fix some repairs. Let's see if this is kind of a short pitted stop. If he's going to try to make it the rest of the way, maybe pack that thing full of fuel. Think about something for next time.
All right, he's only got about 16 laps on the 17 car, so he gets that filled back up and reshoed. He should be able to make that gap up.
Yeah, he should be able to finish 4th in this one as of right now. Your top 3, though, you don't know how they're going to end up. You guys still digging pretty hard. We know who has the speed, but who's going to last is the real question. And right now, your gap is increased by 1 second. So not sure what we missed there. You guys have 34 laps now on their tires. Like the 41's going to make his way back onto the speedway. Not sure what's happening. Doesn't sound real healthy. Could be possibly blowing an engine. Not sure what he's doing. Just staying out of the way of the leaders.
He's had kind of a rough race. So that motor maybe not as healthy as it was when we started.
Absolutely. He's chugging along right now at 150, so it doesn't sound good. A lot of beeps and pops and bangs coming out of that thing. So we'll see if he can get that thing up to speed and cut himself a couple laps. He might be just trying to make it about 15 more laps because there's not much he can do at this point in time, other than get that 4th spot. So definitely worth something to gain that position for sure. But after that, I'm not sure what it can entail. You know what I mean? Unless something happens with one of these top 3 cars.
Right. If he can limp it around just about a dozen more times, I think he'll be all right. So we're getting some weather coming through our broadcast area here. Just thought I heard a motor expire, but no, it's a little thunder outside.
Ah, okay. I was like, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Guys duking it out very well right now. Justin Brown putting on a heck of a show, man. He's been here all day long. He's been to the back, to the front. Got together with the 57 car of Jonathan Wall earlier, but that was 278 laps ago. You know what I'm saying? That's quite a while.
Yeah, at this point, that was like last year sometime.
Right. But yeah, some of these names we haven't called out in quite some time, but these 4 guys still duking it out right now.
Yep, endurance really kind of the name of the game tonight. Who can keep their car going the longest.
Yep, we're on board right now with Kevin Fetty. We'll see what a lap around here looks like as we'll let you guys enjoy the sound of these engines as they come around and make a few laps here. We'll get some in-car action from the 94 of Fetty. You really hear him lifting there, Chris, as he got a little bit free. These guys have got to be feeling it right now as we're closing in on about 50 laps to go. So he's running about 2/10 off the pace, but he's running about 4/10 faster than the 31 car after hitting the end of pit road there. Right now, only about an 8-lap gap right now for the 41. So as long as he's able to keep that car rolling, he's looking at a top 4 finish there, Chris.
Yeah, you got to think the 81 and the 94 are really just kind of nursing their cars around. At this point, I would think aiming for the fuel window rather than the tire window.
Yep, and Diekman came down pit road about 8 laps ago, so he has a new set of tires and some fresh fuel for that one. So he may be done. He may just have to stretch it out and cruise for this one to get himself into 4th spot. So we'll find out what he does towards the end of this one. He may just want to log as many laps as he can, but he's only going to get about 360 or so completed. So tough break for the 41 machine right now. Brown currently about 3/10 faster than Fetty and Clark. Those 3 still making laps. 1 lap down for the 31 machine of Matt Clark. And Fetty trying to do everything he can. Currently at a 5/10 of a second gap. Really losing some ground. He's got to be feeling it right now as everybody except for Justin Brown have made 500 additional miles earlier this evening.
Right, and you got to think maybe from that driver's seat of the 94, you're just kind of begging and pleading Brown to go down pit road so you can follow.
Yeah, get yourself a little bit of a break and let your feet kind of reset, things like that. But I mean, we're coming on. I feel like it was a shorter run there for the 500. A lot of guys working together in the draft coming into play. Only 3 cautions in this one. We've had 8, so a lot more of breaks in the action. These guys coming down pit road upwards of 11 times, so they're going to come down one more time. They certainly all should make it. Based on their next pit stop. So it'll be one more stop, and these guys will finish this one off. But we're working on an upwards of about 4 hours in the seat for this one, Chris.
Right, just taking a look at the all the fun doodads and whatnots around the timing. We got about 26 minutes left in this session.
Oh yeah,
So
I
they
see that.
hopefully not going to run up against the clock here.
They'll be fine. With running half a minute lap times, we should have about 15 minutes left in the session by the time these guys finish up. So there's not a whole lot more racing action to go. As long as we keep it green and we don't have to pace around any. Guys are clicking off as fast as they can, and certainly kudos to these guys for putting the laps in. It's an accomplishment in itself just to make it the whole way. These top two guys on the lead lap, and Matty Clark also putting forth an awesome effort, and so is the 41 car. He got a little bit of a break early, but he hasn't stopped for quite some time and is still digging.
Yeah, he's only a couple laps away from getting up into the top 4.
Yeah, about to be a pass for position here. We'll see. We'll stay on board with him as he's going to move from 5th to 4th. We'll see the next couple laps. Some of the most exciting racing for position we've seen in quite some time. But the top 3 cars are coming up on their pit window. So look for Brown and Fetty and Clark to make a move in this one.
Well, it just shows, even if you're on pit road for about a half hour getting your car cleaned up, make sure you go back out because you still might pick up some positions.
Absolutely. For a longer race like that, you can't be worried to go out and give it maximum effort here. It's been a long day for the 41 car. He's led a bunch of laps. He's bounced off the wall, gotten loose off of both corners, and driven the crap out of that 41. So it's awesome to see him have some success here. He's going to move up to 4th spot. This time by. Makes the pass. So that is your pass for position from 5th to 4th. You saw it live. You saw it right here on the Driving DJ Network. And we're closing in on about 47 laps to go. 50 laps on this run for these guys. So they're certainly within range of pitting. Right now, nobody making the move to move up and get some fresh tires. I know they all want it. Right now, a half a second off the pace is the 94 car. We'll see if he can make up an 8.7 second gap. He'll have to probably short pit here if he has any chance. I see that being his only option. If he can get in before the 81, he'll be able to gain some ground and only have 40 laps to go. So he won't have to race on tires this old for the rest of the day here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600 presented by Abruzzi. And here he comes down pit road.
Yeah, it looks like either he heard you or he just couldn't stand it anymore. So he's going to get 4 new hoops and hopefully make a run at trying to put as much time on the 81 car as he can.
Absolutely. And Brown, known for making some pretty big runs and long runs around here, he's going to skip pit road once again. So Brown running 30.7, 30.6 second laps. As soon as Fetty comes out, he's going to be in the 29 second range. I know those guys are running about 29 ones and twos, if I remember correctly. So that's a good second and a half. We'll see if he gets eight laps or so long here. It may be like pretty much a dead heat, and the 81 might run out of time. So right now, we're going to see if the 94 can make something happen. Pretty quick pit stop for him. He's going to go a lap down, but he's going to have that thing wound up. And looks like Brown's going to make his way down. So here he comes. He's going to be able to get, grab maybe 3 seconds. So depending on how this goes, we're going to see how this one turns out. But Betty's done everything he's done. As long as no mistakes happen for the 81, he has as well. So we'll see how this one pans out. Here comes a pass for the lead. Got that 94 car wound up. And Brocken. He was actually, oh no, he was still second actually. That wasn't your pass for the lead. He's got to make one more lap around.
That was unlapping, so he's going to have to pedal it to get around here as the 81 of Brown pulls off a pit road.
See the 94 coming right down the front stretch.
84 just getting around to the backstretch merging area, so he'll cycle through and looks like possibly keep the lead.
Yeah, this was one of the fastest pit cycles I think I've ever seen in a race, where the whole field gets new tires. Matty Clark as well. He's coming off pit road. So that's your whole field cycle. You all saw it here. Brown with literally the same gap that they just had. So Betty coming around. He's actually cutting into it a little bit, but 8.5 seconds seems to be it. Guys are going to have about 42 laps to go after this one. But 8 seconds is quite a while. About a straightaway lead right now. We'll go on board right now with the 81 car of Justin Brown. And while this is going on, we'll go to our final commercial break of the evening. Come back at you with about 40 laps of action and probably get a word in with everybody left in this one.
Have you ever desired to show off something you created, like we'll say in racing, or in this case even sim racing? While on the track, simulator, hauling close to the ground in a cart, Abruzzi Racewear has you covered. If you've ever needed to promote your team logo, name, colors, or just feeling a bit more confident in your sim rig, Abruzzi Racewear is your answer. Team shirts, jackets, and even hats, they go the extra mile. Custom race shoes to gloves and even cart suits, Abruzzi has the supplies to fit your needs. Customizable from team names to colors, and yes, you can even have your own name embroidered just the way you want it. In sim racing, they give you the comfort and feel of being strapped into a cockpit to bring the experience closer to the way you desire it. Their range of sim apparel has been created to not only meet and exceed the highest levels of comfort and quality, but also to enable you to make it yours. To add your personality, take a look today at AbruzziUSA.com to see the lineup and what they have to offer. AbruzziUSA.com, with customization at heart, your wear, your way.
And back from our final commercial break, on board with our leader for most of that one, seeing how he's doing. Currently has a 9.9 second gap, so he's got a pretty good lead going right now, Chris, and he's pulling away from the 94 car.
Yep, I was watching the lead over that commercial break. He's just kind of stretching it out, so.
Awesome to see. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Fixed setups on these cars, so couldn't really make any adjustments on the pit road. He just came out pedal to the metal, trying to put as much time on the second place car Fetty as he can before the tires wear off.
Absolutely. And still pulling away here, so he's got a 10-second lead. May have a one car on the lead lap by the end of this one if Brown keeps this pace up. Man, he is flying around here. 363 laps into this one.
Yep, and he's still turning really good times. I know he hasn't run the full distance, but 363 laps in and still having the focus to hit your marks and turn quick laps. I stand here impressed.
Absolutely. He's making a pass now to put Clark down a second lap as they go down the back straightaway. Feels like an old country road at this point, Chris. There's not a whole lot of cars on the track. Like my drive to work in the morning to Winamac. It's nice and dark, and there's only about 3 or 4 cars I see on my way there.
Well, that's it's right where we're at. The track's nice and dark, and they're just kind of doing their own thing.
Now Fetty at 11.3 seconds back, about 0.4 of a second off the pace, but obviously wore out and ready to get this one over with. We got about 35 laps to go in this one. Clark going one more lap down, so Diekman's still making some laps out here, man. A lot of heart shown in that 41 car. It's good to see him still out here running laps, and his laps aren't that bad right now. He's got a little bit of damage on that thing, trying to fix it up to the best of his abilities. Right now, it's the Brown and Fetty show, and they're not slowing down.
No, the real heroes tonight, I think, are the virtual pit crew on that 41 car. Putting in a lot of work, putting it back together.
Yeah, you can see there's a whole lot of damage on him still, but those guys, they worked 20 minutes one time. He's been down pit road 10 times. So did some repairs. You see they did the best they could. Got that World War II replica paint scheme. One of the old school airplanes on it, looking pretty sweet. That's a beautiful car to look at. We're coming around to about 33-ish to go. Like Fetty's rolling up on him here.
Yep, 41 car. Dinkman pulls way up to the high side, gives Fetty all kinds of room.
At this point, even with passing, lap cars, if you're a lead lap car, it's so difficult sometimes. People don't understand. Somebody you'll be coming up to lap on them, you're still trying as hard as you can. You're wore out, your equipment's wore out. You may have come around in extra time for them, but that 1/10 of a second, pinching the car down or doing something that you haven't been for about 15 laps or so is definitely tough to do when you're the car lapping the car. Even so, like, you can pull up if you're the lap car, and it's absolutely difficult or to be in that position. But yeah, it looks like it's a tough spot, especially if you're coming to lap guys. So.
Right. So in the best interest of everybody, lap cars just getting out of the way, leaving the racing groove for the cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's definitely like the professional way to do it. Diekman there with a prime example of that one. He's going to come down one more time, get a fresh set of hoops, and get back out there for 30 laps of action. Got passed by the 94 and decided, hey, you know what? What's to lose? You know what I mean? We're the last car running. No chance of us getting passed by anybody else. We're sitting here in the top 4. Let's come down, get some tires, and have a nice fast 30 laps here tonight to seal off this Abruzzi-sponsored Coke 600 for the ERA Racing League on the Drive and DJ Network, where we broadcast and stream iRacing. Been doing a lot of that lately with this deal we got going on in the world here. Hate it for anybody who's had to deal with that or dealt with any losses or job careers mixed up with all this stuff. It's been tough for the service industry and things like that, and everybody around's affected by it. So hoping to get this thing over with as fast as we can and enjoy doing what we normally like to do. We love doing some iRacing, but at the same time we love being outside and going racing with our friends, doing the concerts and all that kind of festival stuff. County fairs got canceled around here, so hoping for more of a normal year in 2021. But right now we're doing the absolute best with what we've got. So with that, we thank everybody for joining us here on the network. Follow, subscribe, and let us know what you're thinking. If you want to do some racing with us, we've done some racing with some viewers and followers and things like that. So pretty easy to get a hold of, and we really appreciate everybody tuning in.
Couldn't have said it better myself, DJ. We're anxiously awaiting the world coming back to life here and getting to a real racetrack with real race cars, because as much as I like iRacing, it just doesn't smell the same.
Yeah, that's one of those senses that you can do a little bit of feel with the force feedback, the vision of the speed, but that taste and smell when you get a little grit or rubber in your mouth running around the racetrack and smelling the fumes of that 110 octane fuel is definitely something that you have to experience at the racetrack. So it's hard to do that unless they come out with some cool thing that I don't know about yet. But right now, real life is definitely the way to go and do it and feel those G-forces on you going through these turns. This is insane to have this tool, as I use it for, a great tool. It's just to hit your marks. These guys, it's crazy. 26 laps to go in this 400 lap race. Right to the bottom of the line, the 81 goes. The 94 following suit. He's bringing that bright yellow Abruzzi sponsored 94 to the bottom of the track and just wheeling this thing, man. I mean, the focus and mental clarity you have to run one of these races at full length is just, it's mind-blowing to even think about. So to one's eyes, it may be, this is kind of boring. Well, it's not. These guys are working really hard, and they're putting on a clinic right now. If you can go out and run 400 laps, stopping 12 times, keeping the car under you for as many corners as these guys are going, they're still upwards of 175, 180 miles an hour.
Right, and I was about to say, if anybody that is questioning the authenticity of iRacing, it's not a perfect one-to-one stand-in for real racing, but a lot of the senses, I guess, that you get in the car are pretty closely matched as far as, like you were saying, the force feedback. You know, you got to rely on sound and vision more so than the butt dyno, as they were talking about on NASCAR a couple weeks ago. But I will tell you one thing: I prefer iRacing over real is the line to the concession stand. This is great.
Yeah, you can't beat that slow walk and cruising into the kitchen there. Grab yourself an ice cold beverage or a snack. Don't want to get any of those Cheeto prints on the steering wheel, so make sure you got a nice rag or something around you so you can clean off your hands before you touch. Some of these guys got some very expensive rigs, as we've seen. The Cup guys, a lot of them getting new rigs and those like a synthetic fabric Alcantara kind of wheels where they have to wear gloves in order to not get the oils off your hands to kind of ruin them. So it's crazy to see the steps. A lot of these guys have motion rigs and things like that. You can go, right as we're talking,
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
31 car's gonna go around, loses the back end of that thing.
I hope he wasn't on one of those motion rigs, but yeah, that's gonna change up a lot of stuff here. We got 20 to go. Let's go get some hoops.
Everybody's coming down to get a fresh pair of sneakers on their car. Not enough laps for John Diekman to make a spot here up. So Matty Clark gonna come down with no rear spoiler, and I don't know if he's got any quick repairs left. If he does, now's the time to use them. Gonna come down pit road right away. We'll see what kind of fixing these guys do to him, what he decides to do with this one. We're gonna come around to only 20 laps to go.
Yeah, it looks like Brown coming to a stop there in turn 4, waiting for the pace truck to come around. Yeah, that's one of the issue with these cars getting so stretched out, is you gotta wait to get them all lined back up behind the pace truck. Both of our leaders, and really both cars on the lead lap, both coming down pit road, gonna load them up, reshoe for a 20 lap shootout.
You can see, here we go. You wanted a break or a reset, Kevin? This is your chance to see everything you've got. You're going to be starting right next to Justin Brown. So, pretty tight action we're going to have here. It's going to boil down to 20 laps and 2 cars here.
Yep, that pit strategy we saw there several laps ago, where Fetty really kind of not working out in his favor, because Brown came down a lap after. So this caution will put the 94 right up on the back bumper of the 81.
Yep, and this is not something that 81 wants to see. He's had speed all day, but the 94's faded a little bit as the races went on, so hasn't been able to hold up the same amount of speed as the 81 machine. But I mean, shake it off, do a little scream, bang your head against the headrest, wake up, because we got about 20 laps to go for this 600-mile race. These guys have been racing all day long in this one, and 500 miles under the belt of the 41 machine and the 94, as well as the 31. So everybody except for the 81 car putting on a show as far as lap miles count. But Brown, going to try to see if he has anything left in the tank. He's been flying all day long. He has to get a clean couple of corners here and then try to work on that lead. So, you know, don't make any mistakes. Coming around 19 complete. These car lights are still on, as the 31 car is still sitting there on pit road. Looks like he's going to be stuck on there for some mandatory damage. So a lot of times, Chris, you can get tires and come out there, but you have to fix certain things on the cars. They don't even let you out on the track. So going to wait for the back end to get put back on that 31 machine.
Right, the old meatball flag that we really hate seeing.
Yep. Yeah, that mandatory black flag. That not a black flag, but you're not leaving your pits. So.
So it looks like the 31 about 3 minutes into this pit stop. And yeah, that car is pretty well used up.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, these top 2 cars have been, I don't know, nose to tail for a lot of this thing, especially the second half. These car lights still on.
Well, DJ, this'll shorten up that last green flag run.
Yeah, we'll see. This is going to be all nitty gritty here as we'll see if the pace truck lights go off. Looks like they will. We're coming around to 18 laps to go.
All right, just verifying that was thunder again, not another motor.
Yeah, haven't heard anything. Been pretty smooth on my end over here. See the weather definitely getting darker. We're reaching 8:20 here, 9:20 Eastern for all these guys. Coming around to 18 laps to go. Here's your race for the lead here. We'll see if Diekman gives these guys a chance to duke it out. Sure, they're waiting for this pace truck to hurry up, man. Let's go race them. We're ready to have some fun here. Finish this thing off.
Right, you got to think patience kind of wearing thin here. You know, as we're just just a hair away from being done with this 1,100 miles of racing. Now, Kevin Fetty, really the Iron Man of the day.
Absolutely, sitting there, running every lap of this one, every lap of the Indy 500 earlier today. And there goes your top two, as the 41 of Diekman is going to professionally let those guys take off and get to racing. 17 laps to go. Here's your shot. Pushing up the track a little bit is the 94 car.
Yeah, the 81 getting through the corners a little bit better.
Looks like he starts out high and kind of comes off the bottom. Fetty looks like he's just kind of pinching that thing down, not trying to use and abuse the tires. Doesn't want to get spun or lose it, so he's going to try to work his way back up. 16 laps to go this time by, though.
Right, we've seen that a few times today with the new tires not quite up to heat. You can get yourself turned around really fast.
Absolutely. You can see how touchy that 94 is on the gas. He wants to step on the gas and let that thing rotate a little bit, but he doesn't want to ruin it and spin the thing out. So he's carefully biding his time, trying to get himself a good finish here, and right now he's on track.
Yeah, it looks like the 81 starting to pull away a little bit, so hopefully 94 going to be able to reel him back in once the tires come in.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get some wear on that thing and really turn and burn, but right now about 0.2 of a second faster is the 81. We'll see this time by as they have 15 laps to go in tonight's Abruzzi 600 here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Little loose there off of 2 is the 81. Burps the throttle a little bit. Still holding a second gap on the 94 car of Kevin Fetty. 31 car of Matty Clark still sitting on pit road, waiting for that car to be fixed up. And the 41 of John Diekman also out on the track, getting some laps under his belt. About 42 laps off the pace right now, but got it fixed up, and he's going to finish this one under green.
Yeah, it looks like Fetty holding just a little bit under a second behind the 81 car as we're coming to we got 11 laps to go this time around.
Looks like a faster lap by about 0.2 from the 94 car of Fetty that time around, dropping that lead down to 0.7. So not sure if that 81 slowing or the 94 speeding up. But your gap looks like it's shrinking a little bit, Chris. We may have some action here with about 12 laps to go. We'll see how clean the 94 can come off of 4.
This is the time to do it. You're you're out of strategy. This is just use it all up.
Yeah, use everything you got. Don't look for any cautions as there's 3 cars on the track. So if there's a caution, it'll probably be between these two. But right now, giving it everything we got, you see the lead differential down on the bottom of your screen. But once again, last time around, Fetty was faster, so he's got that gap at 0.8. Trying to work that yellow 94 car up into the lead here. 10 laps to go this time by.
At that last lap, looks like the 81 a couple of tenths faster than the 94, so they're seem to be about trading off faster laps.
Yeah, these guys definitely duking it out, putting everything on the line. We're going to come down to a single-digit amount of laps left in this one. And these guys, the class of the field all day long. Another lap going by here. 9 laps to go. About a 10th difference there. 81 with the advantage.
Yep, another 10th difference between the 81 and the 92, so 81 stretching out the lead just a little bit. It's about a second and a tenth right now.
And right now he's burning it down. Not probably not going to be any cautions at this point. So right now this $35 instead of a Abruzzi gloves looking awesome for the 81 car. Betty doing everything in his power to get that 94 rolling through the corners as best he can. You can see he's running pretty much the same line as the 81 car. And keeps it matted off the corner. So coming around 7 laps to go this time by.
Yep, the 94 faster that time around, but
yeah, definitely
a
a better
second,
lap.
not going to do it.
No, it's not going to do it right now. He's got that lead under a second. 7 laps to go. He needs a couple laps of about 2/10. Really put the pressure on that 81. We'll see if he does it this time around again. You don't see a huge difference of gap right now for the 94. One more time and one more tenth. Keeping that that car a little bit faster than the 81. See him as low as he can go, getting that blue line right in the bottom left corner of his window. Trying to get some speed out of it. Got the lead down to 0.8 here, Chris.
Yeah, he is. He's putting his tires as far left of that line as he can stand to get them. They're going to come across the line 0.2 faster that time.
He's definitely eating them up. That lead is shrinking. We're at 0.7 of a lead right now. 5 laps to go. It's come down to this one. 600 miles almost under the belts of these guys. And
who would have thought, DJ, starting out this morning, it would come down to
less than a
little
second.
bit over half a second.
Yeah, these guys are digging right now. It's like he may have gained a little more. We'll see if he's got anything for him here. 4 laps to go this time by. Just about mirrors the 81. So the gap staying the same as they come around down through 1 and 2. 81 getting real low, as you can see the line differential there. He gets those left side tires glued to that white, blue, and white line on the bottom of the racetrack.
Right, these drivers are now pushing their cars for everything they've got left.
Yeah, these are pretty quick lap times they're running with the wear and tear on these things right now. Good corner for the 81 as he buzzes off. Looking a little bit faster than the 94 that time around. About a tenth faster.
About 0.2.
Yeah. So 3 laps to go this time by. Justin Brown trying to put that 94 car in his mirror. But man, Kevin Fetty keeping him honest the whole day. And it's not over yet. You see how crazy it can be when these cars get a little bit loose. You know, they can lose a second a lap getting loose off the corner. So it's crazy the things that you can see. But 2 laps to go. As long as he keeps that 81 car clean and green. Like
and
he was
DJ, not to throw another wrench in here, but we got about 45 seconds left in the session.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. This is definitely crazy. We'll try to keep this on as much as we can, but we don't want to get booted out of this one. We'll come around to the white flag. Justin Brown has led a lot of this one. We'll jump on 184 laps led for that 81 machine. As he's
the 94, another 10th faster.
Yeah, racing the clock, racing the 94. Yeah, we're running out of everything here. And coming out of turn 4, number 81, Justin Brown's going to take the checkered flag. And he'll be your winner for tonight's Coca-Cola 600 presented by Abruzzi for the ERA Racing League. Kevin Fetty's going to come home in second spot after 1,100 miles on the lead lap for every single last one of them. Matty D. Clark's going to be in third. John Diekman bringing it around, doing his own sort of donuts. We're going to try to get a word in with all these guys here as we come around and run out of time here. 400 laps, 600 miles, Chris. We'll see who we can get in here and get a word with some of these guys. Justin Brown, this is DJ and Chris up in the booth. You got a copy? Hey, man, awesome run. You managed to keep that thing under you. You went to the back, repaired some stuff. Just a wild run. This was a little over 4 hours of a race. How you feeling tonight, man?
Definitely a long one, grueling, but glad to get the win. Just yeah, Kevin had a good car there on the short run. I was worried about with only 15 laps, he was able to get to me there. I was able to pull him in the long run, but was able to keep it out front and get the win.
Awesome, man. Congratulations. Anybody you want to thank for your victory tonight for the Coke 600?
Yeah, you guys for broadcasting. No, we didn't have the best field, but we were able to get the finish and get it completed. So I appreciate y'all. The sponsor for Breezy for them, putting money towards the broadcast and everything, and helping us out. So I appreciate them. Matty Clark for team owner for all he does for us. So just appreciate everybody.
Awesome, man. Really congratulations. Here, do your donuts. We'll let you do your thing. We're going to get a word in with the rest of the field that finished and go through the rundown here, but congratulations. All right, that's your winner, Justin Brown, in that 81 machine. We'll see if we can get a word in with our second place finisher. We'll see if the 94 car of Kevin Fetty is there. Kevin, you got a copy? This is DJ and Chris up in the booth.
DJ Chris, I have a copy. How are you gentlemen doing this evening?
We are doing awesome, man. Dude, 1,100 miles, the top finisher in this one from somebody who raced in that Indy 500. What are you feeling like right now?
It's what I can't feel, and that would be my legs right now.
Absolutely. Me and Chris were talking about it as the race was going on, and I was like, man, I'm feeling it over here. I can't imagine what these guys are going through. You got a little bit of a break there, a couple hours, but man, 600 laps is insane. And even after 500, I see you got Abruzzi on the side of that race car. Anybody else you want to thank? We've been mentioning them all night. They've been doing a great job helping support this league. But second place, man, you got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm extremely pleased with that. I figured this would be the better of the two races for me because I'm a stock car guy. But did real well in the Indy 500 and did not realize how fatigued I would be this evening. So it was just, sort of a will to do all 1,100 miles today to get to the.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to consider that a win just making it this way. But finishing in the top two, you were in the top 5 of the 500. You got to be happy with that one. And I guarantee you're going to be sleeping well tonight.
There's no question that I'm going to be sleeping well tonight.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to try to get a word in with Matty Clark and John Diekman. Those guys duked it out with you guys and stayed on track with you till the end. So we'll get a word in with them. But thanks so much, Kevin, for your time.
Thank you. And I want to thank you guys for doing the broadcasting. That is not an easy task to broadcast 2 races of those lengths. So appreciate what you guys did today.
Absolutely, my friend. Wouldn't have it any other way. Thanks for tuning in and joining the Driving DJ Network. You guys can check out these videos on Facebook or YouTube anytime you want from now on. As soon as we end this thing, you're going to be able to show anybody you want about this awesome run you had, man.
All right. Looking forward to it. You gentlemen have a great evening.
All right. You too, man. And that was your second place finisher. We're going to try to get the 31 car, just getting that rear spoiler put on that thing. We'll see if Matty Clark has a copy. Matty, you got us there?
Got a copy.
Hey, man. Third place run. Didn't get to finish this one. This was a long, grueling run. A little loose there. Causing that last caution. Hooked the apron a little bit and couldn't hang on to it. But, man, 1,100 miles darn near. Just 22 laps short for tonight's event here at the Coke 600. How you feeling, bud?
Arms are dead, legs are dead.
Pretty consistent answer as we've talked to a couple other people. Just talked with Kevin. He was pretty wore out himself. Um, Man, just congratulations on finishing in the top 3 in this one. I know it was a little bit of a rougher race earlier this evening, but third place run, you can't be mad at that, man. Is there anybody else you want to thank for tonight's event?
I want to thank the sponsors and you guys at Abruzzi. They do a wonderful job of the products. You guys put on an excellent broadcast. I don't think we could have found anybody better to do it. And I'd like to thank the rest of the team. Toby, the 500 winner from earlier today. He's a part of the team I run, and Justin won tonight. So theoretically, today is a SCM sweep.
There you go, man. Break that broom out. Have some celebrations. Unfortunately, do you know what happened to the 8 car? He just kind of disconnected on us, is what I saw.
I think he had an issue come up and had to leave a little bit early. It's unfortunate for him. I think he was trying to run for that grand prize.
Yeah, he definitely had a great run going. He was up leading this one a little bit. So awesome run. Congratulations for your team, and celebrate tonight and do a little bit of relaxing here on this Memorial Day weekend.
Definitely will. Thanks, guys.
All right, man. And our final guest here this evening is going to be the 4th place finisher who had a heck of a run here. John Diekman in the booth. You got a copy.
Yeah, that is one way to call it a heck of a run, I guess.
Dude, you went from the front to the back to the front to the back, fast repairing, full repairing, pit road repairing, 20 minutes on pit road. Got yourself into the top 4. You've got to be happy with this, man. I know you had a rough day, a very, very rough day, but you got that 41 machine. You were making up spots there with, 40, 60 laps to go with cars that were 20 laps ahead of you, man.
Yeah, it was definitely a roller coaster of a day. I kind of, had a lead for a while, led like for, the end of segment 1 and most of segment 2, and then had that one wreck and screwed the pooch on that one. But yeah, just had to finish. It was more of a personal vendetta. Trust me, the last, I don't know how many laps when I came out of the pit roads were not entertaining at all, but, just had to finish. Yeah, it was just what it is.
Oh, absolutely, man. We could tell it was frustrating there. We saw you clip the pit entrance there. You got a little loose off of 4, and that destroyed the heck out of your car. We felt so bad. We saw Matty Clark do the same thing probably about 60 laps later and clip that same spot that you left a mark at. But yeah, you were just fighting through it all day. You did a great job. I know you were a little off the pace, but excellent job staying out of the way of the leaders and letting them put a good show on for all the fans and everybody at home to watch. So anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, first, congratulations to Brownie on win the 600. He had the car of the field for sure. And also big congrats to Fetty. He was the only one to complete all 1,100 miles. That's impressive all in itself. Also, thanks to Abruzzi, for helping us sponsor such a great event. It was without their help, we would not have been able to put on these shows. And also thanks to you guys for broadcasting. I know the 600 wasn't as great as a 500. And I do apologize for that, but we'll come back with something smarter and better and get more cars out there in a better race.
Absolutely. You guys, it was a very quality race. There was so many lead changes. We'll pull up the sheet. 22 lead changes today. So there was no shortage of action. I know it was a long race, but there were guys passing, a lot of green flag stops and cycles going through. So definitely a quality race from you guys at the ERA Racing League. We're definitely proud to be a part of this one. And hang your head up high. You finished this one under green and got that 41 car out and running again. So congratulations to finish this one rolling. Not like the better half of this field here where we're about to do a rundown and then we're going to squeak out of here for the night.
Yeah, it was definitely a challenging one. The setup was you had to be a really good driver to be able to drive it, honestly. And you saw Brownie was the best driver all night. He handled the setup so well. But yeah, it was battle nutrition for 1,100 miles altogether.
Yeah, man, that's crazy to be able to do that one. Give your hands and feet and legs a rest. Go get a massage tomorrow or something. Talk to your girlfriend or your wife or whatever, and make that happen. You guys earned it after such a grueling day today, in two of the biggest races in the world.
Yeah, I'm going to have to invest in a jacuzzi for sure, something like that.
There you go, my friend. All right, we're going to let you go, do a rundown and close out of this one. But there's your 4th place finisher for tonight, John Diekman.
Thank you, DJ.
All right, so we're going to go through the results here. You heard from them. Those 4 cars duked it out and stuck around and put some laps down, Chris.
Yeah, it's a real testament to the patience of those drivers and just being able to last through that marathon session they had today.
Absolutely. We're coming up on about 5 hours of streaming for just this stream alone. So we've been at 10 or 11 hours of working hard behind the scenes here. Going to check out this top 10 right now. You can see it. Justin Brown, your winner. Kevin Fetty, we spoke to him, as well as Matty Clark and John Diekman. Rounding out that top 5 is the 17 of Todd Shiro. Behind him in the 34 car is Ryan Shiro. He's in 6th. Toby Weatherford, our Indy 500 winner from earlier this evening. He's going to finish 248 laps down in 7th spot. Mike Donahue in the 70. I know he came upon some tough luck and ended up not being able to finish in that machine. And with the 75 of Michael Martino, who we spoke to earlier, and that X's Patriotic 75 car. And then Brian Wright had that metallic looking 28 machine. He's going to round out the top 10. Finishing in 11th through 14th is going to be Jonathan Wall, who was flying earlier in that 57. Unfortunately, got involved with a wreck around that lap with Ryan Shiro in the 34, causing him to have to park that thing for the night. And Todd Kirkwood in the 54, 12th. Cody Bullock in 3rd. And Christopher Melton rounding out the field in 14th, not starting this one. So, crazy event, crazy amount of racing for this evening. And Chris, man, I wouldn't have rather done it with anybody else. You did a great job. Thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Well, thank you, DJ. I know you're probably about half a pack of Hall's cough drops in and got to drink about a case of water today. You put on about as much show as the drivers you've been watching.
Yeah, I had fun doing it with these guys today. And yeah, we're working hard from behind the scenes to on the track. So anytime anybody wants to tune in, we do a lot of racing ourselves. We do some streaming. We do broadcasting. We're been really busy throughout the last few months. So that's going to slow down with real racing taking place. But right now, it's all about these guys at the ERA Racing League joining the Driving DJ Network for tonight's event. So they can come back, check these videos out whenever they want. And a lot of funny memes that I've seen when people are sitting there laughing and looking at old race videos. And this could be one of them for a lot of those guys.
Yep, absolutely.
With that, we're going to thank Abruzzi for putting this show on one more time. The Indy 500 and Coke 600 replica races, full-length events. First time we've ever done that. Really excited to be a part of that. From Steve earlier this morning to Chris right here tonight. I'm DJ with the Driving DJ Network. We're going to let you out of here with one quick video, and we'll see you next time.